Me, 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 me. Me, 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 me. Am I alive? Can you hear me? Ohio. Ohio. I forgot the word. Me. Do I sound like a robot? Am I alive? Beep, beep, beep. Boop, boop, boop. 3, 2, 1. Did it work? It worked. Good morning. Good morning. Hello. Did I just get a headbat? That's wonderful. That's absolutely wonderful. Hi. Checking in. I just wanted to say I'm alive. Oh, wait. Background music. I wonder what thing she should have thrown out weeks ago. She's going to Hey! Chat, do you have such little trust in me? Hi! Thank you for joining me today. Today, I will put on music because it's been somewhat of an eventful week for me last week, and I can't believe it's Monday again. I'm gonna play this random playlist of... What is this? Okay. What is this? Despicable Me. Wait. Sure. Oh. Let's see, chat. Chat, what are we feeling today? I don't know what I'm feeling today. I'm gonna play this random playlist of apparently Ed Sheeran. Okay. Good morning. I'm sorry I've been missing. A lot happened. A lot, but not a lot. Very brief life updates. Last week after stream, I was supposed to put out a schedule. And please don't kill me. But somebody in the family died, so I had to go to a funeral. But you know, so technically... I had family things to deal with last week, and then I got sick. And then the good news is... I'm just running through. I'm running through my life updates. I went to the funeral, is what it's called, probably. Is funeral and burial the same thing? I don't know the English word for it, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean? What's the difference? I don't know the difference. Yes, I went to a thing with a thing. I did that, but it was like out of town. It was like 2 cities over, I think. This song is totally not appropriate for this, dude. Anyway, it was 2 cities over, so I had to go out of town for a little bit. One is the part where oh, yeah, that part. I'm sorry I'm being extremely chipper about it. But yeah. I went to 2. It was in the next... What's the city after the next one? But yeah, it was a distance from where I am right now. So I had to go out of town. When I got back, I got pretty... I think I was just tired and fatigued from the whole thing. So I got a little bit sick. But the good news is I got better. First of all, I got better. This is so totally not the song to do this. Sorry. Wait, let's just go back to the thing. Ed Sheeran, you're not helping the situation, are you? Sure. I got back, I got sick, but I got better. And I even got to see the girlies, chat. I got to see the girlies. I've met up with Ali and Muna and Raichi, and we did a lot of fun stuff. And I'm super happy, super tired, but super happy, chat. Chat, that was the highlight of my week. Yuvi! We went out and we had so much fun, chat. It made my week all better. We get the... Exactly. You get my existence. And for your information, I actually threw out the thing that I was supposed to throw out weeks ago before stream. Are you not proud of me? Mostly because, chat, this morning, I walked into my PC room, I sat my butt down, and I saw the glass of water that was here last week. Do you remember that glass of water, chat? Cause I do. I remember it. It only took her 2 more weeks. But like I took it out. It was on the floor next to the thing. But I took it out and I didn't drink from it. Are you proud of me? I'm so proud. What did I do? I thought this was the moment. Yeah, see, exactly. You should clap for me. I made progress. I threw out the water pre-stream, might I add. Why must all my creatures be failures? I don't know what you're implying, father. I should just have like a disappointed pharaoh face redeem, and then every time someone redeems it, it just pops up. You know what I mean? At least the dog training week. Chat, I have gone through the dog training. I mean, I went through the training to dog train me. You know what I mean, right, chat? Life updates. I met the dog trainer. That is the laugh of a creature that has no remorse for what she does. Okay. I have a question. What is there to be remorseful about? I haven't done anything yet. You know what I mean? Clappy, clappy, clappy. Beep, beep, boop, boop. I'm pretty sure I'm the most normal one out of the girlies, might I add. Probably. I mean, that's what I believe deep down in my heart. What haven't you done apart from get your glasses? You have so what is the wording? What is the English? Ye of such little faith in me. Young Padawan. Is that a word? The bar and eyes. I know she still hasn't gotten her glasses, and yet you should be proud of me because I drove safely without my glasses. I don't know where it is. Ye of such little faith. Exactly. You understand me. I'm trying to remember what I did, but everything was a blur, chat. Blip, blip, blip. But, okay, first of all, chat, I went through the dog training with the dog trainer for the dog. And yet, I am right. Have I convinced you? Yes. You understand me. I bet everything was a blur. That's what glasses are. That was a good one. I hate you, but that was a good one. I hope it went well. It did go well. Okay, so like one of the things that happened was I realized that I've been accidentally indulging Miyu, chat. I didn't realize it. For examples. For examples. For example. You know, and after I take me, we all knew that. What are you implying? How could you know that? How could you possibly know that? For example, after a walk, I would clean me, use tiny little paws, right? Tiny little feet, and the adorable paws and fluffy feet. Anyway, so I was cleaning them when like she suddenly started like playing like play biting is what I refer to it. She started like you know, but like eventually it kept getting like she kept biting down harder, if that makes sense. And then the dog trainer just stared at me and like, is she biting harder? Can you feel it? I'm guessing she's biting harder down on you a little bit, huh? And I'm like, yeah, I don't know why she does that. And then the trainer said, did you see your other hand? My one hand was cleaning her paws, and apparently my other hand was rubbing her belly. And apparently I was low-key encouraging her to keep continuing biting my hand. Because my left hand betrayed my right hand. You know what I mean? Do you comprehend what I mean? I was accidentally rewarding her, and so she just kept biting harder. And I was absolutely gobsmacked. I looked down at my left hand like I looked at someone who backstabbed me. I was like, how dare you? You betrayed me. I thought we had each other's backs, but like you know what? I think my hands have a mind of their own. Like, you know what I mean? This is not what they meant when they say never let your left hand know what your right... Exactly! No, that's what happened. I was like, my right hand working so hard, trying to get all the dirt off her paws. And then I looked to my left, and my left hand is just rubbing the heck out of her belly. That explains so much, chat. Where would I be without the dog trainer? I will be full of even more scratches. But the training went well. I have realized more things about myself. Less about the dog, but more about me, chat. I understand so many things now. Thank you. What's my progress? I stopped doing that. I just put my other hand behind my back and hope for the best, honestly. It lives. Oh my god, Sen! You're gonna be so proud of me. I threw out the water. And everyone gave me clappies. Like these. You know? Even Pharaoh is so proud of me. The bar is in... From last week. That's unneeded context and information that I don't think... It was the water from the last week. According to my estimation, by the time I stream, I think it was the water from 13 days ago exactly. Kanna, you're literally a Tamagotchi. Okay, but like, I sniffed it before throwing it out, and... Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. But anyway, I'm alive and I threw it out before stream. Are you not proud of me? Because now I don't have to go and be like, be right back, guys. I'm throwing out the thing. Wait for me, blah, blah, blah. You know? Right? See, like, why did you sniff it? Because, like, for science. You are proof that there is a god and he has favorites. Hey, I will have you know... that I think God's favorite is Muna, but like, you know, why'd you sniff this? Wouldn't you? When you encounter a foreign thing, would you not sniff it, chat? You know, for science, right? Because then you gotta know. Is it like the first rule of like bacteria is like, if it... Did you just bonk me? Is it the first rule of bacteriaism is if it has bacteria, it will stink? No? That's like bare minimum of how I try to decide if things are gonna kill me or not. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like you know, when you open your fridge and you're trying to check if like if something has gone off, you sniff it, right? See, I sometimes sniff things. You understand? You understand. Okay, not that exact face, cause that seems like a lot of. It's like mild sniffing. It's like, you know, it's not like I'm not like snorting the thing. The mind cannot comprehend anything not rooted in folklore and enter with. What do you mean folklore? The bacteria thing is a folklore? Isn't that like a scientific thing? I'm sure there is a scientific... I'm just gonna Google it. Do bacteria funny smell? You see, why isn't it loading? Does my browser hate me? My browser hates me. Oh my god, page results. Okay. Wow, it's not Google. What is this? See? Odor causing microbes. Microbes. Does that imply that there are microbes that do not cause odor? Oh. Do they smell because you absolute radish? Doesn't radish have one D? Dibby-dibby-dee? I am basically an encyclopedia of knowledge. Whether that knowledge is absolutely true or relevant is totally irrelevant, right? Exactly. You know, they say if you just say things confidently, chat, I'm not gonna say it'll be true, but at least you will seem to be true. And there's a smell. It's already quite far in colony growth. So it stinks because there's a bunch of them. They expel gas when they digest, which causes smell. So they fart. So it's a fart. So they stink because it's a fart, is what I feel. No? Digestive smell sounds like a fart thing. Farting thing? Farted. You get me. You understand me. Thank you for comprehending me. I have a question. Because you mentioned a burp. Technically, she's not wrong. She's a fountain of knowledge, but not all that knowledge may be true. Yes. It is up to you, chat, to try to figure if it's true or slightly not true. Exactly. Right. So, chat, I want to know why a burp is a burp and a fart is a fart. Aren't they both gas? Should I be talking about this early in the morning? Yes. No? Yes. I don't understand why some things are a burp and another thing are a fart. Aren't they both gas? Orifice. Does orifice mean organ? What? Burp is gas from stomach, fart is gas from large intestines. But are they not attached? Depends on which end it comes up. Okay. I am realizing that this is inappropriate. This is a scientific. Wait for it. This is a scientific question that comes from science. Well, Chad, it was nice to see you. Are you leaving me, Pharaoh? Pharaoh hates me, Chad. I'm gonna Discord Pharaoh and tell him that I love my father and he should not abandon me. Hi, Pharaoh. You're still my father, right? I am not disowned, right? I'm gonna go drink now. Water? I am not disowned, right? You know what? Shouldn't Pharaoh and Sen just be like both my adoptable daddies? Question mark. You get what I mean? Is Pharaoh calling me? Wait for it. Wait for it. Pharaoh, can you hear me? Am I deaf?
I can hear you.
Good morning.
Unfortunately, yes, I can hear you.
Why do you mean unfortunately?
Tragically, yes, I can hear you.
What do you mean tragically? Thank you for the sub. Chat, look, it's Pharaoh. It's my father who's a wiggling tiger.
Every time Kanna goes live, I can just feel that it's gonna be a fuck ass tiger kind of night.
What do you mean?
I could just feel it in my soul that it's gonna be a fuck ass tiger kind of night.
But haven't I made you proud? I threw out the water.
That's great. I'm glad you did it before stream. 2 weeks later, whatever, right? Lovely little bacteriological bloom growing in your glass. No big deal. Should have drank it. Would have been interesting. For science.
For science. I sniffed it.
Mm-hmm. Guys, I want you all to understand that when the zombie virus apocalypse starts, is probably going to be because of Kanna.
It's not my
I'm
fault.
Just throwing it out there.
It's absolutely not my fault.
Is Kanna
I take no
be
part
the
of it.
reason that we get zombies?
Do I get a prize?
Yes, you get to be patient zero.
But wouldn't I have antibodies? Is what they're called.
Doubtful. Very doubtful.
I inhaled the potentially dangerous. See, exactly. If I just sniff it before it becomes a thing, wouldn't I get immunity? Isn't that how it works?
No. No, it's not.
Maybe I should have been a doctor. Maybe I should have been a doctor. Then wouldn't I be able to solve the bacterial infection from which I created?
I don't think that's...
No?
I don't think that's how that works either. No, I don't think so. I don't think that's how any of this works. In point of fact.
One way or another, you're gonna be a scientific... Oh my god! Chat, Pharaoh, did you know? I once got an email asking if I can be the subject of someone's thesis.
I am completely able to believe that. I am completely able to yeah, that makes absolute sense. I could see that easily. That is probably one of the most sensible things anybody's ever asked. Somebody does need to study hermetically. What the fuck? Somebody needs to figure out why.
Why what?
Somebody needs to figure out why.
Would you study me, Pharaoh?
I've been studying you. What do you mean? I've been studying you.
Are you taking notes?
Still trying to understand how you're still alive. For starters.
A lot of people ask me that.
Yeah, how is really the question more often than not. It's not why. We already know why. Because she's a creature born of pure chaos. That's why. the how is she still alive?
I'm
The
neutral
how
good.
is you are chaotic neutral at best.
But I am a bringer of peace. You know what I mean? Like I inspire
Wait,
peace.
who to wait, hold on. To whomst are you bringing this peace? I gotta know.
To the people. They say I peace them out, you know? I peace them out. Why are you wiggling? I have heard is the peace in the room with us. It is. It totally is.
Does the peace exist in a space outside of your mind?
Do any of us exist in the space outside of my mind, Pharaoh? Do any of us really?
Chat, we are all figments of her imagination. As soon as she starts taking the funny pills again, we'll all disappear.
Remember, there's Pharaoh and then there's Dream Pharaoh.
Dream Pharaoh was very disappointed in you.
I know.
Dream Pharaoh is very disappointed in you.
Yeah, I like this Pharaoh better. This Pharaoh is slightly less disappointed in me, just ever so slightly.
Like, it's like a 1% difference.
And that 1% matters. Exactly.
Concern out, yes, exactly. So the concern outweighs the disappointment. I'm spending way far too much time going on. If Kanna's still alive, I haven't heard from her in a while. It's a good question. Is Kanna still alive?
The subject
Maybe?
of my continue. What's the noun for continue? Continuous.
Yeah, the subject of your continued existence is a constant one. Forever questioning whether the Kanna still be out there doing Kanna things.
Somehow, thankfully, Kanna persists. It is indeed a mystery, chat.
The nightmares persist, but so does Kanna. Wait, not Kanna is the nightmares. Oh wait.
No, I'm the opposite of nightmares. Remember?
Jeez.
Peace and dream and wonderful and all good things. I aspire. When I press the start streaming button, do I not bring you peace and joy and smiles? Pharaoh? Chat? Pharaoh? Chat? Your existence breaks several laws of physics. Every law of survivability and some laws of common sense. Isn't that what people say about the sunfish? That giant fish that can't really swim and just floats around, but somehow they're alive.
You are the VTuber equivalent of the sunfish. Do you understand? Do you understand that that's maybe not the best thing?
Do
you understand that that's maybe not something you should be striving for? Like, do you not get that like striving to be the VTuber equivalent of the sunfish is like that's not great.
But to be fair, I didn't strive for it. It just happened.
No, that's the yeah. She is the guys. She is a. Okay, for those of you who aren't aware, the sunfish, like the reason why the sunfish is like well known, is that other creatures in the ocean take bites out of it from time to time for nourishment, and the sunfish doesn't notice because the sunfish's brain is so underdeveloped that it can't process pain.
Oh, is that why? Huh.
Yeah, the sunfish's brain is so completely just not there that periodically other critters coming along and be like, hey, you know what? I could do with the snack. Oh, there's the sunfish. They take a bite of the sunfish, and the sunfish is like, "What's up, bro?" Doesn't notice that it just got munched on. So I'm just saying, calling yourself the like comparing yourself to a sunfish is just, maybe.
But the sunfish is big. So technically, even if it has a small brain, if its body is still big, it's still pretty big, right? Yes, no?
I mean, yeah, it's a fucking self-propelling ocean buffet. I mean, like realistically, that's what it is. It is a self-propelling aquatic buffet for everything else that lives in the ocean.
I mean, your feet don't touch the floor when you say, "Oh my God, Pharaoh." Chat. I met up with like distant families and stuff, right? Last week, I saw my cousin, niece, person. Yeah, she's 10 and she's taller than me, and I don't know how to feel about that. She just
Natural
turned
order.
10. Did you just say natural order?
Yeah.
I genuinely went up to her mom and was like, "What did you feed her? And can I get some of that?"
She probably wasn't poisoned by her grandmother, low-key, the entire time she was growing up. Ever since you told us the story about Grandma Tamachi spraying you down with fucking bug spray, like it all kind of made sense. Like I genuinely understand why you are the way you are now. Like, it's like, oh, all of these things are like all of these puzzle pieces just suddenly click together. I'm like, oh, she's a raid baby. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Just say raid baby. In your I have stunted growth in your head. Don't I? Like
you just arrested development. That's all. It's fine.
Arrested development.
Just a little. Take a little genetic shenanigan, add in environmental debuff, and then amplify by grandmama giving you the raid baby treatment, and there you go. That's how you
the
get a
good
Kanna.
stuff. I have nothing to.
Grandma Tamachi just making sure you'll be travel size
My grandma
forever.
is shorter than me, though.
Like I said, there's a bit of the genetic fuckery
ever
involved
so
too.
Slightly.
A bit of the genetic fuckery, yes, but mostly I think it has to do with the fucking
poison,
the bug spray,
the absolute poison. Oh my God! Is that why my brother is also short? We both got the same shower treatment.
Yeah, well, I mean, same gene pool, same environmentals, and then grandmama Lamau.
Do you think she does it unconsciously or consciously? That's the question.
I'm not even gonna speculate. I am not even gonna open that can of worms. I'm just gonna go on about my business.
Because my grandma is pretty interesting. When I was younger, and like if no one could pick me up from school, there would be taxis right around, but she tells me that taxis aren't safe. So then
That's fair.
She
Probably
told me
not safe
to
for a
take...
10-year-old now.
What? Oh, someone who knows what it is. Bajai. What the hell is bajai in English? Do you know the car with 3 wheels?
A trike?
That's a bicycle with 3 wheels.
Oh,
the 3-wheel
yeah.
taxi thing, not a rickshaw, because it's attached to a the front half is motorcycle.
Yeah, we call them trikes.
You call them trikes? Isn't that
Yeah,
like a
it's a trike.
bicycle?
It can be a bicycle or a motorcycle. Bicycle is usually a tricycle. Usually when you're talking about something that's motorized, you would call it a trike. Yeah. They make actual full-blown motorcycles that are trikes, so...
Huh. Wait, question. Isn't a rickshaw
could
like
be
the
a-
bike is on the back, but it's a
It could
motorcycle
be
in the
a. It
front?
could be a tuk-tuk. Yeah, a tuk-tuk would
A
also probably.
tuk-tuk is a thing. Yeah, that.
Yeah.
So she
tuk-tuk
tells
is
me that
probably right, yeah.
taxis aren't safe and I should just take a tuk-tuk home. And
The
I
tuk-tuk
asked
is
her,
safer than taxis. That's.
Yeah, that was
I have,
my
I have,
exact
I have
question.
doubts. I have doubts about that. Actually, I feel like that's honestly less.
It has
safe at
something
that
to do with the
point.
anatomy of the wait. Tuk-tuk. Wait. I will pull up the picture and explain to you via diagram-ish. Oh, what? I googled it, and why do tuk-tuks look so much fancier than they used to? What the hell? Wow, I can't even find... This looks too fancy for what my grandma was referring to. You know what? I'll roll
believe
with it.
Grandmama
Yes.
said, "Fuck the taxi, take the tuk-tuk."
Yeah.
That's
She warned me
that
like
is
pretty
wild.
heavily. She's like, "Don't you dare take the taxi. It is completely unsafe. Take the tuk-tuk."
the tuk-tuk is safe.
Okay, here.
Wild.
Oh,
Anyway,
this is huge.
okay, moving on.
Okay. You need to open my stream or I will send it on this.
No, I see it on stream. I've already got
Okay.
stream. I've always got
Okay.
stream open. Yeah, I've always got stream open.
Now you
and
see
that's-
there's no door.
Yeah, no, there's no doors. There's three
So-
wheels, which means it's insanely and unstable. And
Yeah, no.
This
So
is
then
what-
my grandma said, "This is safer because if anything happens, I can just jump off."
maybe Grandma was actively trying to kill you. Maybe Grandma was like actively in the process of trying to.
Maybe she thinks in case of kidnapping. I think that's the exact case, right? Like if anything happens, I can yeet out at whatever speed the tuk-tuk is going. But like that, I feel like that's
Yes.
dangerous in a different way. But you know what? I mean, if grandma said so, what do I do really? Because at the time, with the distance where I live at the time, there's like it wasn't that far. Like my school isn't that far from my house. You know, it's still like a while if you walk. But if you take a taxi and if you take a tuk-tuk, it's the same price because it's so close, and the taxi has like a minimum fare. You know what I mean? Because like it's pretty close, so the price of taking the tuk-tuk and the taxi is the same. So it's not even about the price. It's literally just she wants me to jump out the window / door. There's no door. I call it the window.
I mean, that's a choice. That's definitely oh boy, that's definitely a choice. Yeah. Okay, Grandmama, we see you.
I assume is tuk-tuks a thing everywhere else? It's an
We don't
Indian thing now.
Trikes aren't like things like that aren't allowed here. I don't think. Well, maybe no. I don't think they allow stuff like that to be road legal.
How do you spell
it's-
trikes?
Trike. Like here, hold
Trike.
on, I'll show you.
I get pictures. Beep beep.
So yeah, like here's an example of if the website loads. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Here's an example of like a Harley Davidson trike.
Brother, that is totally not. That is different.
Yes.
That is not the same thing, is it?
No, not even a little bit. Not even sort of kind of. The only thing they have in common is that they both have three wheels.
I don't even know which is safer. Honestly. Okay, wait. Is this?
I mean, I guess it just kind of depends on who's operating it.
Beep, beep, boop,
No,
boop.
I would take the Harley Davidson trike over a tuk-tuk any day of the week. I'll be real.
But it's like a roller coaster ride, and you don't even have to go very far. Because it goes, you know, the whole way
Yeah.
up.
How does that? Wait, I'm sorry. How does that go again? What does it? What does it do? What is it? Wait.
You get what I mean?
Is that the sound that it makes?
Dude, it's the exact sound. I'm not even kidding. That's the exact sound that it makes. I'm a phenomenal mimicker thing. Yes, you understand? Yes. Yeah, especially like if you hit a red light and so it doesn't move forward, so it just sounds even louder. It goes, you know.
What does it sound like then? Does it sound like? I'm sorry. I need you to run that by me one more time.
It's fine. You know.
Did y'all chat? Did you get all that?
Shut
chat,
up.
Did you write that down?
Never,
did anybody clip that?
Never
Did anybody clip
that. I can feel the engine scream on a rap. Oh, okay, you know speed bumps, right? On the way home from my school, there's this one particular mountainous speed bump that's like that feels like a hill on its own, right? So then if I'm riding the tuk-tuk, I'm literally bracing for real lap, and it's like a person walking is faster than the tuk-tuk trying to get over the freaking bump. You know what I mean? It was like
amazing.
It's like roaring, and I'm like, it sounds like it's going absolute, ape, you know, but it's going nowhere.
I'm sure that tuk-tuk has like a fucking 80cc engine, maybe. Like, yeah. What does it sound like when the engine roars, Kanna?
Shut up.
What does it sound like when the engine roars?
I don't know. I don't remember anymore.
I don't know. You don't remember?
I don't remember. I don't remember anymore. You know, one day, chat, when Pharaoh visits here, I will find a tuk-tuk. I will find a tuk-tuk somewhere, and you need to ride it.
Sweetie, I hate to tell you something, but my half a grizzly bear ass is not going anywhere in a tuk-tuk. I just want you to understand that it's not going to happen. It looks
fancier nowadays. I'm sure they have better engines now.
No, I don't think.
Look, it even like I googled it. It has a half door now.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I don't think you're gonna find a tuk-tuk that is meant for me. Sorry, sweetie.
Look, it has a half door now. It has a half door. See, it'll work. It'll be fine. If we probably go to like a touristy area, right? Surely they will have it for the amusement of tourists.
Small tourists. Small tourists, yes.
I think they're extinct now. What? No. No la. Surely. They have electric tuk-tuks now? What the heck? Wow, life is so fancy.
I think the height restriction alone would be a problem. I don't think.
You notice? Okay, the top is a tarp, right? It's fabric. We can just cut a hole or something. You get me, right?
No.
I'll just like cut like an X, and then you can like pop your head out. You know what I mean?
Stick my head up through the yeah.
You totally, get me. Totally. Exactly. You get your own sunroof. It'll be sunbathing. You'll be like absolutely perfectly tanned, right?
Beautiful.
It's gonna be wonderful. I wonder if you can buy one. Can you just buy a tuk-tuk?
Just buy a tuk-tuk. I'll come and visit, and I'll make sure I bring tuk-tuk money with me when I come to visit.
What if it's not that? I wonder if it's extinct, then somewhere surely there's an unused tuk-tuk somewhere, and we can get that.
Absolutely.
We can get that.
Absolutely.
55 million. What the heck is that fancy tuk-tuk? What the heck? Never mind, Pharaoh. I can't afford it. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I kind of figured that would be the case.
I didn't know they were that expensive.
Girls out here trying to get me to bring tuk-tuk money with me when I come to visit. Like, what? What do you mean tuk-tuk money?
We can take turns driving it. That was the plan.
Amazing. Oh, that was the plan. I see.
That's only 3k USD. Yes, for a vehicle. How much are vehicles usually?
I mean, okay, so like 3k USD for a quarter of a vehicle. Let's be real here. I mean, the tuk-tuk's not even an entire vehicle. It's like a fourth of a vehicle. Like, honestly, I mean, I could basically use that thing as
three wheels.
I could basically use that thing as like a what is it? One of those what is it? Those scooters the kids use nowadays, as a razor or whatever. I could pretty much use that thing as a razor scooter, right? So let's be so real right now.
It's 1k per wheel. No, you're right.
Yeah.
You're so right. Oh, the next generation.
Kind of unreasonable.
Oh my God, Pharaoh! They have a whole franchise thing. You can have a whole line of your own tuk-tuks, and then we can stick your face on it as a logo. We can have like a whole like armada of tuk-tuks. Think about that. Let me write that down. Get Pharaoh
armada of tuk-tuks.
Yeah, we'll be absolutely fierce. And then Itasha it. No, you're right. Exactly. And it's a Pharaoh Itasha on a tuk-tuk. That's the dream. That's the dream.
What even is a Natasha?
What is the sticker wrap thing, right? Sticker wrap with Pharaoh's face on it. Itasha.
That's unfortunate.
What? It is Itasha. The anime cars. You've seen the cars with anime girls on them.
Oh. Okay.
Then instead of anime girls, it's just gonna be the fuck ass tiger. It's gonna be amazing.
Just fuck ass tiger on the side of the that's you know, works.
I'll drive it and we'll hit like an Indomie place or something. What Mindo, you know? Did I break my browser? No, I did not. Oh, my back. I tried stretching this morning, chat, and I think I pulled a muscle. Oh, brother. Is it age, Pharaoh? Is it age? Am I just getting old?
Probably.
That's the part where you say no. You're as young as you feel.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
Lie to me. Just
she
lie to me.
She said, "Lie to me, la, please, I beg." No.
I really like watching.
Face the hard truth of life. Old. Old, aged. Your knees are gonna start making funny noises when you try to stand up.
I just turned 17. It's fine.
17 season 20 chat.
It's okay. That's what the seasons are for. So you don't count the actual thing. You just say that.
Right.
Yet another season has passed. She's gonna make noises like a tuk-tuk. Just like tuk-tuks have gone extinct, am I gonna go extinct? Subs. Before I leave this world, I will raise an army of Kannas. I will somehow duplicate myself.
That's terrifying.
Like, what's the thing that just self-multiplies? Other than cells? Amoeba. I'm gonna be an amoeba. Yeah. I will multiply. Please no. What do you mean? Think about it.
That's too much. I need you to slow down there, chat. That's a lot.
I can't imagine. What if like we all just create a society, chat, where we're gonna multiply, we're gonna save the world.
Not the Kanna society. Oh no.
That's a feral roaming back.
That's a Pharaoh's gotta take a note on how to survive in a society full of Kanna.
I think about it sometimes, you know. If another human being goes exactly everything that I've gone through in life, right? Can I make like a training program to mold a person into me? Then I will be more than me, you know? 4. Make a clone. Trauma, got it. That's got it.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Kanna, you're basically talking about forcing somebody to endure the same trauma that you have. I don't think there are these things called ethics, Kanna. Maybe you've heard of them. I mean, I'm not going to speak to morals, but ethics, bare minimum ethics.
Moral Kanna, and ethics are different. What's the difference?
Yes, morals and ethics are different.
What's the difference?
One is a little bit easier to pin down than the other.
And the easier one
is... Ethics is the easier one.
Ethics, chat. We all knew ethics. That. Morals is doing things that feel bad. Ethics is doing things that are objective. I don't understand. I honestly don't understand what the difference is. What? Okay. Doing things that are objectively bad.
Alright, so...
Yes.
Okay, I got this. So, not giving Mew a treat when she does something good feels bad. Hitting Mew with a stick when she does something good is objectively bad.
Isn't that just Asian parenting though? I got hit a lot as a child.
I'm not gonna speak on that. Yeah.
Have I never told you? Okay, chat. This is not. This not even a trauma dump. It's a fun fact that's not so fun.
The not so fun facts, chat.
I asked my mom, right? I was like, we were talking about it, the Asian parenting, right? Let's just call it loving spanking. But anyway, I asked her, like, it was pretty bad, Mom. You know, you keep breaking all the wooden sticks until you switch to a metal bat, right?
Yeah, that's Jesus Christ.
But right,
like,
yeah,
the fuck, Kanna.
Yeah, I didn't know that was not okay. To be
Kanna?
fair, yeah,
Kanna, sweetie, are you okay?
Yeah,
Do you need
I'm
a
good. I'm fine. Probably. Like, it's okay. Right? So, anyway, that's not even the point. The whole point...
More like, things start to make sense in a really tragic way now. Jesus Christ.
Has she ever used a belt? No. It's just the wooden sticks that she kept breaking until she just switched to a metal one. I guess so she can stop breaking them, right? Anyway, she apologized because she was like, I'm so sorry. At the time, she said like other people told her, they sold her the wooden things. You know what I mean? They sold her the wooden sticks thing, and apparently it had a name. It's called there was a store that sold them, and they were called tongkat something. It was like, in English would be the stick of love. To discipline your child lovingly, and my mom bought into that.
That's
yeah, but she kept breaking them. So then I don't know where she kept getting them, but again, she switched to the metal one, and I'm not sure if the same store sold that or it was just she found a random one. You know what I mean?
Like, once in a blue moon.
Yeah.
If I was just absolutely out of pocket, yeah, my mother she had a little wooden soup spoon that she kept on a nail in the kitchen, and that thing was definitely not for stirring soup.
Mm-hmm.
But like, she never beat
The paddle
me.
of love. The stick of love.
That's brother. that's kind of crazy. Fuck.
Lord drop. I'm not even like sad about it. It was just a thing in the past for me, but I thought the stick of love was funny.
That's what we like to call a trauma response chat. Like when somebody has just been abused to the nth degree, they just like, it's just funny to me now. Yeah, that's never a good sign. That's always
don't do
terrible.
what I do. Apparently, yeah, don't do that.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Kanna's parents did. Don't beat your children. Jesus Christ. Don't. That's the takeaway is do not beat your children mercilessly for no fucking reason.
To be fair, I am okay. I turned out somewhat okay. You know what I mean?
This turned out reasonably well. Mostly fine.
See, I turned out mostly fine, chat. Look at me now. Sitting tall on my chair, barely reaching the floor, but I don't think that was the stick of love.
barely damaged. Just a little. Mostly well adjusted.
But to be fair, she learned her lesson, and my little brother never got to experience the stick of love. Just me. That's special for me. Does that mean I'm special in a different way? I don't know.
Jesus Christ.
It was so long ago, la. It's probably I'm fine now, probably.
Those sticks beat your potential height out of you. That's part of the problem right there.
You know what? Maybe I'm not okay after all. I'll call my mom and be like, I could have been tall. Look what you did to me. I'm short.
Or your mother would be like, all those times you beat me half to death with a stick? Probably why my growth is stunted.
They all went to like fixing the bruises, I assume.
All the nutrients had to be working on keeping you fucking put together.
No, genuinely though, I was so shocked because like I went to like a friend's house and I got to see like other people's dynamics with their parents, right? Mm-hmm. And she was absolutely like, the word I would use is like rude. She's like very rude to her mom, and I'm just staring. I'm like, I can't believe you get away with that. Mm-hmm. Like genuinely, like you're fine. The only terrible thing that I could see she was subjected to by her mom was just that she had to drink like broccoli juice, which mind you, it's terrible. It's like just raw broccoli juice, and her mom juiced it with no seasoning, like no flavor. It's just raw broccoli juice, and the solids and the liquid has separated into two different masses. I saw that and I'm like, that that is torture.
No. Not comparable. Not comparable. not comparable. Even a little bit comparable. Not even kind of comparable. What the fuck?
I was an obedient child, I heard. Afterwards.
Yeah, I bet you were. I bet you were an obedient child. Jesus Christ. Obedient or else. Like, what the fuck?
It's okay. From all that, what my takeaway is that I am not suited for that kind of parenting. I see Miyu and I'm like, oh my god, that's my precious.
Makes more sense why you just let Miyu get away with everything. Like there's a middle ground, Kanna.
There's a middle ground.
There's a middle ground.
Which is
You can do discipline without beating something half to death. There's
I didn't get beat half to death. Probably, I'm alive. Oh, maybe that's where the half comes from. Right, half to death. But I'm fine.
Yeah. No. Definitely.
Parenting has probably evolved now, hasn't it? Probably. Yes? No? What do people do these days? Maybe that's why kids these days are so tall. Oh my god, Pharaoh. Shit, you're right. That's why all the kids are taller than me. I understand. Take notes. My god, that's why the 10-year-old is iPads. Or just subject them to iPads. No, you're right. You're right.
That's crazy.
Is there a way to parent these days without an iPad? I don't know, because I see it at every table. Like if you go in a restaurant,
just use a taser.
A taser?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yes.
Is that safer than the stick of love? That doesn't seem right.
Arguably. Maybe. Possibly.
Children nowadays are just plants that grow via blue light.
I'm sure it's fine. Tasing the children is fine. I'm sure it's fine. Totally fine.
I have a taser somewhere. I've never used it as a taser. I use it as a flashlight.
Amazing.
No, there's context. No, it has.
There's context. Let's hear the context. Let's hear her out. What's the context, Kanna?
That sounds worse than. Don't spray me. There's a pretty good explanation. It sounds worse than it does. When I first went out to college, my dad was concerned for me. So he was like, here's a taser, Kanna. You need to keep yourself safe. You know what I mean? And I'm like, thank you, Dad. And then I got the box. And when I opened it,
it was a taser.
It was a taser, but okay. I have a question. You know, what's the policeman that guards traffic lights? The traffic control? Control? Yeah basically. So, you know the orange sticks that they hold?
Yes.
That's what my dad got me.
Okay, that's not a taser.
That's what I said. I'm like, Dad, this is the thing that the traffic cops use to point which direction that you're supposed to go. You know what I mean, right? The thing that looks like a light stick I've idol gods.
Yeah, I've used them before. Yes, I am familiar with what you're talking about. That's why I was immediately like, that's not a taser.
And so, right, he gave it to me in the box. So when I opened it, to be fair, it was disassembled, right? So the thing that makes the orange part light up is like a flashlight. So if you just don't use the orange part, it's a flashlight. Exactly. And I said, Dad, this is a flashlight. It's either that or you're trying to tell me to abandon college and just be a traffic cop. Like, what are you telling me? But apparently he's like, no, read the manual. It has a taser inside it. So it can be like an incognito thing. It's a hidden taser.
The taser exists inside.
No, it's like, okay, you know the head of the flashlight? There's like the light in the middle, right? The border was a taser. So if you if you jam in the flashlight to someone, they're gonna get, I
see.
It's just what I assume the taser does.
They get touched.
Yeah, but I'm like, Dad, you're telling me to just carry this traffic light stick everywhere I go. Is that it? I mean, like, like casually in my bag, they'll never see it coming. I'm just gonna whip out this thing and go, Dad.
Just randomly just.
Okay, so I just want you to know that yes, I use a taser as a flashlight, but I don't know which one is the actual like main function.
One of you chat, she's gonna try to figure it out, and she's gonna tase herself.
I've always wondered if it actually works. I've used it like twice as a flashlight. It must be around
really
here
bored,
somewhere.
and she's just gonna be like, "Hey, I wonder if this actually works."
Oh, it does. To be fair, I've never been tased before. It does it hurt?
Yes, it does.
Does it feel like an ant bite type thing?
No, it feels like. How do I explain how it feels to get tased? It feels like getting tased. It's kind of one of those things like, it's have you never like well no, I already know the answer to that question. No, you haven't. All right. So like have you ever like put your tongue on like a 9-volt battery and felt how it's like zzz, a little bit?
Not that I recall, unless I did it and lost my memories. But
Well, no, I mean 9-volt doesn't give off that much juice. Guys, I don't know how to explain to her how the taser do.
With all the trauma, you probably lost that memory. I could have been tased, and I don't remember. Beep beep.
It's likely possible.
Oh, does it hurt like a pepper spray? Pepper spray is like...
No, pepper spray is a completely different kind of suck. Like they both suck, but like, so taser's like a full body suck, whereas pepper spray is like a localized suck. Like they both suck, like, to be sure. I mean, stronger than it's two completely different sensory experiences. Like taser shocks your system, like your body locks up and you kind of, you get hit with it. It hurts. It doesn't feel great. Your body like locks up and twitches and you kind of flop on the ground, typically speaking, it, depending on the taser or whatever. But like pepper spray just burns. Everything just burns.
Have you been pepper sprayed? How do you know?
Yeah. We had to be pepper sprayed in order to carry pepper spray when I worked in security. Ouch. It sucks. Like it's part of the certification process is if you're going to carry pepper spray, you have to
like you got to know what you're dishing out.
Well, no, it's more a matter of like, so like if you deploy pepper spray, right, in like a conflict situation, you're gonna get it on yourself too.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, like it's a spray, and you spray it away from yourself, but like depending on what's going on, how tight the environment is, like you may not get it. You're not getting it full on you, but you're still getting it. Like it's still going to come back on you at least a little bit. So like it was like to get you familiar with how much it sucks so that you could get sprayed. Like so like when you got sprayed, you could still function. Because like if you're in a situation, in theory, if you're in a situation where you're deploying your OC, like you're probably in some kind of a fight. So like the idea was like you need to like still be able to like stay in the fight after you spray somebody, and you get sprayed too. Like so, like kind of like how to deal. Yeah, it's not as concentrated, but it still doesn't feel good. Like,
wait, does it only hurt if it gets in your eyes, or does it hurt if it gets anywhere?
Everywhere, anywhere. It just sucks.
Oh,
it just sucks. Yeah, everything.
I thought
your
it was
hands.
an eye thing.
No, it when you breathe it in, it makes you cough. It makes your lungs hurt. It makes your throat hurt. Makes your nose go insane. Makes your skin burn. It everything that it touches proceeds to have a bad day.
Makasih, Beb. Maybe the water spray isn't that bad. People with heart condition have a chance of whoa.
Yep.
Okay.
That's why and like people who have respiratory problems can die from being sprayed with pepper spray. That's why they years back they reclassified things like tasers and OC to, because it used to be called non-lethal, and that's not true. So they had to reclassify them as less than lethal because they're not intended to be lethal, but the possibility still exists.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. I took a note. Don't get tasered and don't get pepper sprayed.
I mean, generally speaking, it's pretty easy to like not get pepper sprayed or tasered. You kind of have to be doing something pretty stupid before you're gonna have that experience. Like you know, like genuinely, like, or generally, you're not just gonna be like walking down the street and somebody's gonna be like, "Hey, check it out, pepper spray." It's not really a thing. Plus, I would be surprised. Maybe somebody can answer this. Is it even legal for civilians to have pepper spray in Indonesia? A lot of places
Does it even exist here?
You can't have pepper spray if you're not like law enforcement or military.
Oh, okay. So it's like a serious thing.
Yeah. Some of it can be like certain kinds. So like when I worked in security, we carried this stuff called freeze. We carried specifically freeze plus P. And at the time, I think it's changed since then, but at the time it was like law enforcement, security, military use only, because it was really nasty shit. Like really nasty. Like you were having a terrible bad day if you got sprayed with this stuff. Again, when I was working in the prison, the guards there carried this stuff called Saber Red, and like there were several times where they had to spray inmates down with it, and I'm just like, oh well, that's annoying, because it would get up in the air in the office and like it'd just be everywhere. It's like we called it spicy taco air, and it was annoying.
Taco air.
It was annoying, but like the freeze isn't allowed to be used in prisons because like if you spray that stuff in an enclosed environment, like people, even if they don't have respiratory problems, are going to suddenly develop respiratory problems.
Oh, okay.
Freezes nasty shit. Freezes nasty shit. Good stuff. Really good. I mean, like, takes the fight out of somebody like super quick, but like, yeah, it's not fun to experience yourself. Even if it's a little bit of blowback, it's just not fun.
Okay. It's not illegal here, but you can buy it on Shopee. See, you can buy anything on Shopee.
Bro, is Shopee like a black market kind of thing?
I mean, no la.
No,
la, probably. It's totally, it's fine. Legal to buy, illegal to carry. Is it?
Well, that's what's the point of being able to buy it if you can't carry it? That doesn't make any sense. Kind of dumb.
Exactly. Meow.
So, okay, maybe not a black market. Maybe it's like a gray market. Like
it's maybe a gray market. I don't know what to tell you.
Mostly legal.
It's
mostly
legal, probably. In Indonesia, there are funny things that are legal and illegal. Exactly. Okay. Because Shopee isn't doing anything to take down. Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, that's so gray market, probably. Yeah.
Gray market. Most pepper sprays are considered to be in violation of the Geneva Convention. Oh. Huh. Oh, right.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's also shotguns are against the Geneva Conventions for use against personnel. Like you can use them for breaching doors. and stuff like that. But like once you like if you use a shotgun to breach a door, you have to like switch to a different weapon before you start shooting people, because shotguns are considered a violation of the Geneva Convention. Military also can't use hollow point ammunition, which is really hilarious because civilians can. Well, no.
Our Shopee even has living creatures. I think I saw that once. I saw someone selling like kittens or something on Shopee, which is like probably not allowed. I think.
If you look close enough, chat, you'll find a listing for Kanna on Shopee.
For sale. Like
one slightly used dog.
Slightly used, been refunded at least 3 times apparently. Oh, you're right. I can just buy living creatures on Shopee. That's crazy. Oh my god, that's a cute cat though. A pet cheetah. Fun
oh my god,
fact.
not the slightly used bad dragon. That's horrible.
What's a bad dragon?
No.
What? Is it like a dragon egg or something?
No. Nope. Not today, Satan.
Not today, Satan. I assume Satan is not me, right?
Not today, Satan. We're not doing. Nope, you're not. No, hell no. Not answering
I assume that means I'm not supposed to Google it either.
I will break your hands. Do not Google what the fuck bad dragon is. I will actually break your fucking hands if you Google what bad dragon is. You just please, just for once, just take my word for it. And just
don't ask Michi either. Michi
probably doesn't know. Honestly, if I would actually go out on a limb and say Michi probably doesn't know. I feel like if Michi knew or was like made aware that it exists, that like. No, I'm not introducing Kanna to Melody. Stop it. We'll start timing you fuckers out. You stop.
The good news is I will probably forget.
Yes, and that would be for the best.
Michi was probably told but forgot.
Yeah, well, whatever. We're not doing it. I'm drawing the fucking line. I will dead ass start sending you all to the fucking void. You stop it.
Speaking of Michi, are you still doing gym workouts with her? I tried asking. She said she's really busy, but she may be able to next week. I will disrupt her peace and bug her and drag her to the gym.
That is true. She is insanely busy right now.
Exactly. We'll see. I'm gonna drag her because I also need to go to the gym. I have not even seen the gym for weeks, chat. For weeks. Man, my gym membership. I pay for that. Subs. I should go. I should totally go. Oh, she's only ever gonna wanna do upper body workouts though. Why is she so allergic to squats and everything?
You've got to help her.
I try, and then she just yells at me. She just goes like, "I don't want big butt." That's what she tells me.
Just not.
But to be fair, she doesn't eat enough to gain mass in her butt. Like, I don't understand what the concern is. She doesn't consume enough calories to grow crap. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't work that way. You need fuel.
That's so fucking funny. Kanna just dead ass says she doesn't work out enough to worry about grow, or she doesn't eat enough to worry about growing a booty. She would need to work out more in order to fucking be concerned about that.
Oh man. if you don't go to the gym, you could always do workouts at home. I know. The fact that she's given the same excuse. I tell you, no, Michi is the most consistent person. She will not change her words on and offline. That's just who she is, chat. I hate to break it to you. She's just very painfully honest. She's just like, I don't want my butt to be that huge. I can do
Bless
it.
her.
She just did. I once tricked her into doing like what is it called, an RDL. I tricked her into doing RDL. I didn't tell her it was for like lower body. She wanted to die. She's like, why is this so hard? I'm like, because you have no strength on your lower body, girl. There's no weight. I didn't even give you weights, brother. It was like a 2-kilo dumbbell, you know.
That's absolutely incredible.
She's
Bless
just
her.
like, why do I feel it like on my lower half? I'm like, no, it's you're just weak there. I was just like, no, I don't know why you feel it there either.
That's so fucking funny.
And then she was just like, this doesn't feel right. I'm like, no, it's fine. You're not. I'm totally not working. It's fine. She hasn't done it since. I'll get her to do it some way, somehow, chat. Some way, somehow. She's allergic to. She's actually a gym. Exactly. She's actually a gym bro. You're right.
I'll do what I can to encourage her to start participating in leg day. I will
her
do
abs
my
are great
best.
though. It's the only thing she works on, but like her abs look great. Oh, Michi. If she would stop ogling people. The days that she chooses to go to the gym sometimes conveniently coincides with when she thinks hot people will come.
That tracks.
I'm gonna take notes.
Bring Taser with you next time. give her motivation.
I'll swat her with like the traffic baton. Like smacks. Oh shit.
Get you squatting, law.
She hasn't done one squat. Like not even once. Like she literally is absolutely allergic to anything. Oh man. It's so absolutely difficult. Yeah, not even like one squat. Not anything that she feels like, those are gonna do my legs. I'm not gonna do legs. I'm just gonna go. It's okay, Kanna. You can do legs. You can do legs. I'll just be over there doing not legs.
Doing not legs tracks.
Exactly. You I don't know if you can even talk some sense to her. I'll believe in you, Pharaoh. If you can get her to do just even one squat.
I will do my best. I will do my best to encourage her to start doing leg related things.
Just one squat.
Just one squat.
I think it's because she said the last time. Yeah, she keeps telling me that her thighs merged with her butt. I was like, what does that even mean?
Yeah, I'm kind of confused.
I'm like, how does that even work? She's like, no, my thighs grew and it became like one blob with my butt. I'm like, I don't even know how that works. I really don't know what this is.
I don't even know.
It'll be an uphill battle with you. Exactly. Exactly. Ooh, wait. I will text her. I don't know if she meant this week or next week, but let's see. Michi. Gym when?
I know she was talking about going to the gym yesterday. I also know that if I see her go live, I'm going to crash out in biblical ways.
You might crash out then.
If she goes live, I'm going to crash out.
She was supposed to go today, but addicted to power for 16 hours.
Right, I will absolutely crash the fuck out if she goes live.
She streamed 16 hours yesterday.
And she streamed 16 hours the day before. She's done 2 back-to-back 16-hour streams. And I'm like, girl, are you trying to like just completely ruin your voice? Is that the goal here? What are we doing?
If she streams today.
If she streams today, I swear to God, bro, it's gonna be fucking... It's gonna be a massacre. I'm going to actually lose my mind.
She also went to bed at 6 a.m. in the middle of that. Are you sure I'm the marvel that I'm still alive? I wonder why Michi's still alive.
No, like dead ass. Like I will reach out to somebody to go and like beat her in my stead. like somebody's gonna get notified that Michi needs to be like manhandled. Like, for real. I'm like serious. I'm like, girl, stop it. Your voice.
That's the question we've been asking all these. How is she still alive?
That's like, it's like Sin said earlier, Kanna and Michi both are proof that God exists and has favorites.
No, I still consume enough calories to ensure that I'm alive. I genuinely don't know what feel.
Barely.
Hey!
How much weight have you gained recently, girl? None.
Oh, wait. I don't think chat knows. The doctor told me I need to gain weight.
Yeah, she's underweight. Remember how Michi's doctor said
that I'm underweight.
Yeah. She's doing the same shit Michi's doing.
No, that's different. That's totally different. I still consume food. I consume food, just apparently not enough. Michi just breathes air, chat. At least, right? Are you... I'm gonna go. I will eat. I have been consuming so much food.
Speaking of, have you gotten lunch or breakfast today?
I ate a toast and 2 eggs.
I'm gonna actually choke this shit out of you too.
What the hell? That's a breakfast. How much are you supposed to eat for breakfast? That's like, isn't that like a legitimate?
That is. I mean, that is still okay. How about lunch? Lunch then la. When have you ordered lunch?
No. But I at least eat lunch. That's breakfast for dieting. Wait, what do you guys eat for breakfast? What?
I did more than that.
But I'm smaller.
Yes, and you're going to continue to be smaller until you start eating more. You fucking.
Some of us are American. Don't ask us. Wait, what do you eat for breakfast? Isn't it the same? Eggs and toast? That's what I assume is the staple breakfast.
Well, I mean, it depends on the day. So, I mean, there's breakfast tacos are sometimes a thing.
Breakfast tacos?
Yeah. You never encountered breakfast tacos or breakfast burritos?
No. Do they have cheese in them?
They can.
Bubur ayam. Wow. Bubur ayam ko patao na si that's a lot. I got rice with egg, tempeh, and any. Oh, staple breakfast. Single glass of milk. See? I forgot to drink milk today. That's why I didn't grow tall.
It's way too late for milk to help you, girl. I tell you. It's way too late for any of that to help you.
No, there's hope. There's hope. A friend of mine grew like 3 centimeters 2 years ago. I'm still
And how old
waiting
was
for
that
my
friend?
growth spurt. The same
How
age
old?
as me.
Mm.
I'm still
I don't
waiting
think
for
it's gonna
my
happen.
growth spurt. I think it might happen. I think if I consume enough calcium, they need to go somewhere, right? No? Like they have to go somewhere.
It's not a.
Right? Where do they go if I don't?
I don't think there's enough calcium in the world
Where
to
do they
fucking
go?
help you grow.
They don't help me grow. Where do they go?
I don't
The
think there's.
toilet?
There's not anywhere near enough calcium in the world to help you grow, Kanna. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'll hold out. I'll still drink milk. I forgot to do it this morning, but I'll do it tomorrow.
Did your friend? Are you sure your friend grew and didn't just put on new shoes?
I cannot confirm this fact, but they said it was during like a health checkup thing. Right? Surely the doctors would not lie. Or
Surely.
my friend lied to me.
Surely.
Is this how I found out that people lie? People can lie to you? Stop. 0.1
It's
centimeter
tragic.
is not growth. No, okay, but like we can't get taller, but when we get older, we can grow shorter. How is that fair? I'm gonna be
God,
even
guys,
smaller, Chad.
I need to try to live as long as I can. I need to see what older Kanna looks like.
How? Wait, when they say you get shorter, like 1 centimeter, or how short? Do
I
you
think
get?
it depends on the person. I think it depends on the person.
Like on average, is it like a percentage thing? I'm not gonna lose like 10% of my height, right? I'm gonna be on the floor. I'm gonna be on the floor. What if I?
She's already a midget. She's going to be a fucking halfling.
30%? Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Am I approximately at like Pharaoh's armpit at the moment? What if like I just end up like my end height would be like at Pharaoh's butt or something? And then that's not the side I want to see all the time when we're walking around. What do I do then? Stilts. Absolute stilts. Get stilts. Get
The gnome arc begins.
And that's an
That's so
example of me
fucking
bullshitting. You lied to me.
Dark, how could you?
This is not how I wanted to find out that people lie.
Dark, how
This
could
is
you?
not. I know. What if I just focus on all my like getting tall nutrients? Ooh, I heard that there's some magic Chinese medicine that makes you taller. It has a picture of a giraffe on the box.
Oh, God, please don't take the magic Chinese medicine. The
heard it
unknown
has, like-
magic Chinese
I heard
medicine. Please don't do that.
it has like a giraffe on the box, and it's supposed to make you taller. I believe because giraffes are tall. Where do you get that? Shopee will have it.
Shopee will definitely have it. Yeah, Shopee is definitely going to be the place to have it.
It only works before 15 years old because see, oh no, it's real. Ken took those. Do you see that? They're real, chat. Does it work?
That's the question, right?
Did it
Does
work?
it work?
Does it work? Are you super tall now? Is your neck really long? Is it big? Because like apparently, yeah, if you think about it, giraffes are all neck, aren't they? Does it work on all of your body or just your neck?
I don't think you want to be all neck.
6 feet tall. I should have taken those meds. Why did no one tell me about this magic medicine when I could
That's
still
fucking
take
funny.
it? At 17, I'm 2 years over. Tusk, Pharaoh. Just short by 2 years.
That's tragic.
I could have grown an extra 30 centimeters or something.
You could have been a tall person. Tragic. It's absolutely tragic.
I could have had longer legs. Or a neck, I guess.
You could have been a model. Well, I mean, you could still be a model for like children's clothing.
Is it because of the time I said I bought a shirt from Uniqlo Kids? Did you know Uniqlo Kids size shirts and things are based on height? So it's not like small, medium, large. They just say if you're a child and you're this height, then you use this size. I'm shorter than their maximum kid size, and I don't know how to feel about that. That's why I can buy the clothes there.
Amazing.
I could have been a giraffe, Pharaoh. I could have been a giraffe. I could have had such a long, beautiful neck, and yet here I am. Short neck. This is what? Long neck, small head. Yes, I would have been beautiful. I would have been absolutely beautiful.
Absolute creature.
I could have been. What was the? I could have been 184 centimeters tall exactly. What a lost potential. What an absolute loss. What the heck what's in the giraffe medicine anyway? Oh, magic crap. I'll never know. I'll never know. Tusk. 2 years. Just 2 years short. Dang it. Should have told me 2 years ago, Ken.
So funny.
Food. I don't know what to eat. Man, what did I consume yesterday? For dinner, I think I ate a piece of rib. Like half a rib.
Oh my god, you absolutely fucking kill me.
Because I was full. I ate a cheesecake and I was full. Half like, you know when you get a rib and it's just like one rib but half of it? Yeah. But I'm gonna
hire somebody. I'm gonna hire somebody to beat you, and you're both getting it now.
I eat more than Michi. To be fair.
Girl, that bar is in hell. like the saying that you eat more than Michi is like saying that a river is less wet than the ocean.
I wish I had a reply for that, but you may be right.
I know I'm right.
Okay. Important nutrient. Protein. You know, so I feel like, cause sometimes I feel like in my head, I feel like, okay, I should get more protein, right? But then every time I think of like food, all the things in my head are just carbs.
That tracks.
Like fried rice would be nice, or like pizza.
But you can get fried rice and put meat in it. You can get pizza with meat on it. Like you can get proteins and still have these things.
True, tofu, but wouldn't the ratio wise, the carb would be like way more than the protein.
Well, right? Yes, but I mean, you would still at least be getting protein.
True, but shouldn't I at least try? So in my head, and then I overthink it, right? I'm like, I should get more protein. I should get like for example, like 50 grams a day or something. And then I try to think about the things that have a lot of protein, and then my brain overheats, and I'm like, I don't know what to eat anymore because I don't know what contains the most protein. Pharaoh.
I'm not. Well, I'm not asking her to eat a steak. I mean, I'm trying to keep things reasonable. But you could get like chicken with your rice.
Yeah, and then I overthink it because like here, there's usually chicken would usually be fried, right? And I'm like, oil doesn't seem so healthy, and then I overthink it again.
Less thinking, more putting food in your face hole, please.
I think I just burned more calories thinking about what to eat lately.
I'm just gonna.
You can get ayam
geprek. A little grease in the food isn't gonna kill you. Like the little grease in the food is more healthy than not eating.
You are correct. Wait, let me get my phone. I will order food.
Please, before I have to I don't know, do something drastic.
And fly here.
What's gonna happen is I'm gonna no. That's a reward. You don't get a reward for not doing what you're supposed to do. That's not how this works.
Worth a shot.
Yeah. No.
Get McDonald's chicken nugget. I don't know why, but McDonald's chicken nuggets are so good. I don't know why, but they hit like a spot that I cannot even describe. I love those. Does nuggets count as a meal?
I mean, is it better than nothing? I'll take it.
I don't eat nothing. I just apparently... Oh, my tummy rumbled. As a sign of hunger, I assume. Let's see. I forgot what I was saying because my tummy rumbled and the rumble went all the way to my brain and now I forgot what I said. Wait. Okay, food. Taro pie. I'm just staring at McDonald's now. That is fast food junk food, or is junk food more like potato chips? Question mark?
Depends on the fast food. McDonald's is definitely junk food. That is 1000%. No, McDonald's is definitely junk food. But again, it's better than no food.
It's not that I eat no food. I apparently just don't eat enough of it. I get full easier, I feel. I remember back in the day during college days, maybe, when you're a starving student, right? Then you eat more, maybe. I went to an all-you-can-eat buffet thing and I ate 17 servings of meat. Where did those days go, Kanna? Where did those days go? Fried chicken? I ate less in college. It's because if you buy things on your own you can, but if you go to an all you can eat, because it was a classmate's birthday and they're like, I'm gonna treat the whole class, bougie, the whole class to all you can eat buffet, and I'm like, this is it, this is my moment. Consumes an absolute mountain of meat.
Amazing. Incredible.
You have all-you-can-eat buffets there too, right? Right. That's a thing.
What? Here? Yeah. Yeah. There's all kinds of all-you-can-eat buffets.
Kinds?
Usually Chinese, but there are restaurants that are not just Chinese. There's all kinds of there's a lot of Chinese buffets are very typically all-you-can-eat.
I've never heard of a Chinese food buffet before. What the heck? Seafood buffets?
Yeah.
No, you guys have it better than. What the heck?
I mean, generally, yeah. Kind of. Yeah, sort of.
There's all-you-can-eat pizza? But how many slices can you actually eat, though? I can eat, probably 3. That would be max in a meal. That's the whole meal. But 23? Wait, slices of pizza?
That's a lot of pizza.
That's a lot of pizza.
I think I probably max out at like 3 typically. So 2.5, maybe 3.
Slices
I can't
or
put
the whole pan? No, right?
slices. No
Oh,
slices.
thank God.
Slices. Yeah. No. Yes, I can eat 3 pizzas all by myself. No, I can't do that. No, like two pieces and maybe 3 pieces, depending on. It depends on what kind of toppings. It also depends on like if it's a
Oh.
deep dish or if it's like pan, or you can get thin crust. Thin crust is different because thin crust you're basically eating pizza crackers at that point.
I've always wanted to try a deep dish pizza. Is it like a Chicago pizza or something? Is that the thing where it's like real
kind
deep?
of. Yeah.
I want
I mean, they're not
those.
bad, but I mean, it's like it's basically you're just paying extra money for a fuck ton more bread. But yeah, they're not terrible.
Bread, not cheese. I thought it was just filled with cheese.
Oh, no, there's a lot more bread too. Yeah,
it's basically a lasagna. It's like a pizza, but it's like a lasagna pizza. Is it like a pizza lasagna? Wait, but you
it's
get
a pie,
what I
not
mean.
a pizza. Yeah. It's funny because if you get a well, they call it like a deluxe pizza or whatever, it's got like all kinds of meat and vegetables and stuff on it. It's actually not like the worst thing you can eat as far as like getting your nutrition in, because it's got bread, it's got vegetables, it's got dairy, it's got protein, it's kind of got a little bit of everything on there. Like, I mean, it's still pizza, so it's still, there's still like a lot of grease and whatever on there, but
if you want bread, get a Detroit. What? Oh, I've never heard of a Detroit pizza.
I don't want to Detroit anything. I'll pass, thank you.
What's wrong with the Detroit pizza? Pizza?
What's wrong with Detroit?
I said Detroit pizza, didn't I?
Yeah, but that implies it's from Detroit.
Why is it square?
Different pieces, depending on where you get. I don't hate Detroit. I just don't want anything to do with Detroit. You don't have to hate something to not want to deal with it.
Yeah, the only thing I know is Detroit becomes human.
Detroit become human.
It's to get a crust. How many pizza styles are out there? I should try them all. Wait.
Yeah.
Pizza styles. Yeah, styles? Or you can just get a margarita pizza. True. But like, protein? Do cheese have protein?
That's amazing, Ham. Detroit is a PvP enabled zone. So true.
Tavern style pizza. So much pizza. Should I just get pizza? My phone died as I was clicking. I guess I'm
Where's
just
your
gonna
charger?
sit here. I don't
Where's
know.
your charger?
Where's my charger? It's outside in the land beyond my handleless door.
Go. You still haven't. Oh, I'm gonna hurt you.
Right.
Go get your charger.
No,
Go.
wood glue.
No.
Wood glue.
I'm not. I don't even care at this point. Go get your
Shopee.
charger. I'm going to. Go get your charger. Go get your charger. Get it. Get it. Be gone.
I thought it took out the water and I'm safe from leaving my chair today.
Sui is here. Sui is who I'm going to hire to come beat you and Michi. I'm gonna get Sui to come and beat you both for not eating.
I eat. I think. I was about to say, Sui knows I eat because I'm a human being like everyone else. Be right back. I'm gonna get a phone charger.
Go get a phone charger. No, I didn't go silent chat. My microphone is very noise canceling, and then I don't really have a lot of noise in the background in my office. So, like, I have a ceiling fan, but it's like one of those like super ultra quiet like models, so you're not going to hear it like buzzing or anything. So, like, if I'm not actively like speaking or whatever, I just disappear into the void. I'll give you 3 guesses what I'm doing, chat. What's everybody else doing right now? Playing Power World. Nope. 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 Power World. Power World. Doing the 1.0. Drawing. What? First of all, I can't draw. Second of all, I'm not entirely sure what that even is. Of course, everybody's playing Power World. I'm still very early into the game. I haven't gotten a whole lot done. I just unlocked the base pistol. So I have a gun now in Power World that fills me with joy. I finally have a firearm in Power World. No, I just haven't like I just haven't. So here's this problem, chat, is that whenever I play games like this, what happens is before I actually get through any of the actual content, is I run around and I level myself way more than I should be leveled, and I unlock things that I shouldn't have to unlock, and I'm just, you know, just by the time I get to the content that I should be at, I'm like way overpowered for everything that I do. I've captured 1 human so far. I got really lucky. I got a shiny. What is this thing? I got a shiny the one that looks kind of like a pudding with a cap on it. And he's got like really good stats. So like I've just been running around with him, killing shit and leveling us both, and like, yeah. So most of this has not really been like the first boss fight. When I got to the first boss fight, my pal was pretty much soloing the boss. I was just kind of watching like, huh, look at that. So
Hi, I'm back. I got the thing, and I even plugged it in.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, Gumas. That's what he is. He's a Gumas. And Gumas? My Gumas. Yeah, Gumas is my pal. I'm playing Pal World.
I haven't tried it. Scale of 1 to 10, what would you rate it?
Oh, it's a 10. Easy. I'm having so much fun with this. They just released the 1.0, and yeah, I'm having a good time.
Gumas looks so cute.
Yeah, Gumas is kind of like, it looks kind of like a pudding with like a cap on its head. And I got a shiny one, and he's got all kinds of like passive buffs on him, so I just run around with my Gumas terrorizing the local area.
Terrorizing the local area.
That's it.
It's so
nope, I don't need ore. I don't need ore.
Wait, I got a picture. Save image. I want one. Oh, it's huge? Question mark? I thought it was tiny. Save image. Will it even appear? Nope.
Well,
Oh,
like
there.
pals can be bigger if they're shiny. Like if you get a shiny pal, they're usually significantly larger than standard size pals. It's one of the ways you know that they're like a shiny, aside from the fact that they're glowing and they kind of hum or whatever.
Right here.
Oh boy, what is
There
it? What do
you go. I put a thing on your thing.
You put a thing on my. Oh, I see. My little Gumas. Beautiful.
It's
Yeah,
so
you want to see? Here, I can.
cute.
Hold on. Here, you can see I'm running around in a dungeon right now.
Whoa. Whoa.
That's my Gumas right there.
Oh my god, that's adorable. I want one.
He's a big old boy. He's a big old boy.
Chad, I'm gonna put this to scale. It's like it's humongous. I don't know what the it's like probably like here.
You can show my stream if you want to. It's fine.
Oh,
If you can get it to work without breaking your computer. Oh, I need to pull him back though because I need to fight these. Hold on.
ye of so little faith in my. No, that's fair.
No, that's entirely fair.
Oh, I actually haven't seen any of the gameplay. Why does it look so good? Whoa. Whoa.
Getting the ball.
On a scale of 1 to 10, do you think my PC can take it?
Probably. You would probably, if you were gonna, okay, like let's say if you're gonna play it, if you're gonna stream it, right? You would need to like PNG Kanna. Like you would not try. I don't know that it would. I don't know that your computer would run your model and your. Apparently, from what some of the other streamers I know, some people having problems with VTube Studio. Some people have problems with VTube Studio getting along with Power World. Like not everybody does, but some people have. So that is a thing to consider. But like,
it's so cute. It's so huge.
Oh, it's her tackle, huh? Everybody, get back on the ball. Oop, I missed.
Ice cream unfair. I found leftover pizza in the fridge, so I'm heating it up. I might go and get it.
Oh, cool.
Get a slice while I think about what to eat.
Stay in the
See
ball.
progress.
Stay in the ball. Stay in the ball. Stay in the ball, bitch. Don't come back out. Okay, good.
Oh, wait. It pop out. I will try to figure out how to show.
Oh.
Because professional streamer probably.
I believe in you. I believe in you. I think you can do the thing. Tell me this is sulfur. Please be sulfur.
That sounds like a lot of faith, honestly.
No, that's ore. I don't need ore. Get out of here. I need sulfur. I need sulfur so I can make more bullets for my gun.
Oh.
This is also ore. Stop it. I don't need ore. One of these lumps needs to be sulfur. Please be sulfur. Stone. Why would you put stone? Yeah. You can mine, you can, oh. Looky there, there's another one of you, I see.
Oh, I think I did it.
Oh,
I
oopsie.
think if I can...
Accidental critical hit. Did not mean. Oh,
I need to be smaller. Here, probably.
This is
probably. There. Dumb. There you go. Close enough.
Fade to black.
Shut up. Professional app. I'm a professional.
Professional streamer.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You get
here's my Gumas. Boop.
Oh my god, look at that chat.
And yes, because it's me playing it, it has turned into Palkov.
Look at that! Oh.
Get in here. Oh my, get in here. Oh, what's up, Chris?
Hi, Chris. Did you say hi to Gumas yet? Hi, look at that. Look at that. Oh my god, it's so cute.
Yep, that's my boy right there. I call him the problem. You guys want to see? Watch. Let me get over here to the boss for this dungeon. Hold on. We're gonna run back over here to this dungeon boss. I'm gonna shoot the boss once, and then I'm gonna let Gummy over here take care of the rest of it. I need to rename him and just name him Problem. The Problem. Imagine doing in-game. I'm just gonna level this guy up. I'm gonna get to in-game content, still rocking my Gumas.
This setup kind of looks like yeah, I'm a liar. I'm totally playing this right now, skillfully, mind you.
Yes. All right.
Oh.
Get him, Gumas. Get him.
Oh.
See that, guys?
Ah! He's so cute. Oh, he's so cute.
And he's like, did I do good? I'm like, yeah, buddy. You did good. You did great.
This is great. You know what this is? Proxy playing. I play in my heart.
Yes.
Exactly. Right. Go do that.
I know the things that are gonna make Kanna happy for me to like, you know, do things, mostly just run around and shoot stuff and let Gummy like destroy them.
Astral projection.
Right.
I'm internalizing Gumas. Oh my god, look at it jiggle. I want it. Oh, now I want to play. Oh, look at that face. Where did he go?
I have to put him up in his ball because I got to use my mount real quick. And I can't use Gumi at the same time as I use my mount.
I'm gonna play Power World 2. I miss my babies. Look at them. You can fly?
Yeah.
What
capture,
the heck?
Just got to capture a flying pal, and yeah, they can fly. Gotta let them
and
rest.
Teleport with my internet quality. Beautiful, beautiful. Exactly. You're not gonna believe it, but 1 second you're somewhere, the next second you're elsewhere. Teleportation.
It's Indonesian magic. Indie home magic. Teleport in video game.
Exactly.
Definitely a what do you call it? A hack. It's a buff.
You can play it off. You can play it offline. Oh.
Yeah, because like there's like a story or whatever, I guess. Like there's like story missions and side missions and stuff like that. And I do them for XP, but like I'm gonna keep it a whole $1.50 with you. I'm not paying attention to what the story is even a little bit. I'm just here to catch pals and.
You can play with your friends.
Yeah, it's multiplayer. Yeah, it's multiplayer. What do you call it? Michi is currently on a server that Mousy is hosting.
Fun.
And I might start a server or something for those of us who don't qualify for a Mousy server.
Michi currently should be in timeout. Is that a chicken?
Michi is in. Yeah, I have a shiny chicken here doing shiny chicken things. This is my little base. It's like the basic starter base. I'm going to be doing more later. Hold on,
my god, why is everything so cute?
I also have this. Is my shiny Fox Sparks.
Oh, holy crap! Chat, I want it. I want it.
Get back here. And then I have. What else do I have? Oh yeah, then there's my Tombat. Shiny Tombat.
I'm gonna lie though, you can collab with it. Oh, you can drag them to play.
Yeah, that's true.
I will ask. Can play story, can play war crimes and human experiments. Excuse me?
Yes. So there are human NPCs in this game, and if you fight them and get them weak, you can absolutely put them in a ball just like the pals. I actually have, hold on. Forgot.
You have humans and balls right now? Okay. What?
I have one syndicate gunner that is currently in a ball.
I assume that's legal.
Questionable. It's debatable.
The human trafficking is crazy.
Yeah. Hey,
I'm not even gonna ask why you have that, Pharaoh.
This one's just like you.
What do you mean?
Passive skill, unstable.
I'm so stable. I have stable footing on my pedestal. I lied. I just put my feet down. Now I have stable footing on my pedestal. That's an absolute.
Listen, chat. Something you'll learn about life is it's not a crime until you're caught. All right. So long as the authorities don't know that I put butt face here in a fucking ball, everything is fine. It's all fine. Everything is daijoubu.
He systematically hunted down humans, turned them into juice to level. You can use. Wait. You can use the humans to level up.
Yes, you can process them.
Process them? That doesn't sound very legal. Not gonna lie. That sounds like a crime.
You 100%
that
process
sounds
them.
like that.
Process them.
That's an absolute crime. Where do I sign up?
Process them. Kanna, you know you want to.
Michi literally sacrificed dozens of humans for her. Wait, her pal is also human?
Mm-hmm. She picked one.
She
picked one to be her human pal, and she's.
Let me open Steam real quick. Not that I find human trafficking appealing or anything, but I'm just gonna open Steam for like a second.
It's for the funsies. It's
for the funsies. It is on 30% discount.
Do it, Kanna. Do it. Do it.
Fight, farm, build, and work alongside mysterious creatures called pals in this completely new multiplayer open world survival and crafting game. Dun, 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 dun. Are those tiny little sheep balls holding guns? I want those.
Yes. Oh, hold on a second. You want to see something cool? Hold on. Watch this. Come here, buddy. Want to see something? See this thing down here in the bottom? It says Huggy Fire. Sounds cute, right?
Yes. Yeah.
It turns my pal into a flamethrower.
I need one of those. That's so awesome.
Turns my pal into a flamethrower.
That is absolutely awesome.
This is Foxy. She's my emotional support war crime.
Add to cart. Add to cart. Absolutely. Yeah, Chris, exactly. You got the tone right there. What the heck? I already have a game in my cart. What the heck did I add to my cart? When did I? What is this? I added this to my cart? Am I silly? Okay. Okay, I should remove that from my cart. Pal World, it is on discount. 30%! Bet that's one of the things you forgot. Now, actually, it's not. Because it's called... Wait, now I have to search for it because I removed it. Road to Empress. I don't even know what that is.
Oh, that's the Chinese what would you guys call it? Like a choose your own adventure game, kind of, that a lot of the streamers are playing.
Chat definitely recommended that to you.
Yeah, Xiao's been playing that a lot. Yeah, kind of like a visual novel, like a choose your own adventure, like visual novel kind of thing. Yeah. A lot of people have been playing that lately. It's like the new, like one of the new go-to streamer solo games. Yeah, I definitely could see Ollie playing Road to Empress. I would be 100% on brand.
Wow. Tackle multiple story branches and a high mortality rate. Okay, but first you must survive. I'm gonna die.
Yeah. Yeah, get Power World. Power World is infinitely better.
I'm absolutely gonna die. Why is there a lady holding a knife? Holy shit. Okay.
Power World is better.
Girl managed to beat it in one sitting. What?
That tracks.
That's amazing. For the C-drama fans.
Yeah, it's for the like historical. It's like a historical C-drama basically.
It's called FMV date. What does FMV stand for?
Full motion video, I think, because it's like it's all like it's all acted out. It's not like animated. It's like actual, like they've got actual actors and actresses and stuff. Yeah, full motion video. Yeah. I mean, it's cool. Don't get me wrong. They did a really good job on it. It's got really high production quality.
Okay, I'll just add it to my wish list for now. And then Power World. Whoa. How much is it supposed to be? It's on discount. It's like...
Yeah, it's like... I think it's like 30% off or something right now because Steam Summer Sale is still doing its thing.
Beep boop, beep boop.
I know that its regular price is $29.99 US. So it's like $30 US. So whatever that translates into in IDR at this point.
It's $9.4.
Oh, if you can get it for that, then yeah, you should definitely pick it up now.
Wow. That's like a big discount, chat.
I got a herbal out of that egg. Very cool.
It's kind of surprising how
you
high
can
the
also,
FMV quality.
Yeah, no. I've like I said, I've watched Xiao playing Road to Empress, and the like I said, the production quality on the game is exceptionally good. They did a very good job on it, to be sure.
Wait, is it also on discount? Let's see.
Could be. Like, I think Summer Sale is still going, so yeah, probably.
Oh. Bundle. Props and blooper pack. There's a Road to Empress 2. Oh, it's a whole thing. It is at 20%. Oh my god. Everything is on sale, chat. Why is it still on sale if it ended on 9th? Beep, beep, boop, boop.
I don't know if it ended or not.
Let's see. Wee, wee, woo, woo.
They might be doing a sale on Power World because the 1.0 just came out. That would probably be why Power World is still on sale.
That makes sense. Yeah, because I don't think Road to Empress is on discount. Okay, Power World only.
Yeah.
It's an official
you know what,
launch
chat?
here.
I'm very proud of myself. I got through this summer sale without buying anything.
You
I'm very proud of
didn't get
myself.
anything? That's crazy.
No, I didn't buy anything. There was nothing on the sale that I was like, I must have this. Like, yeah. I was able to resist the lure of the summer sale, so
I have purchased the thingamaboo.
I have no business buying any more games. I still have to finish fucking Pragmata at some point. Like I really need to sit down and finish Pragmata. I haven't done it yet because I've been trying to do it on stream, but I just have not had the fucking spoons to stream lately. So, yeah, I just have not had the energy for streaming myself. I have too many things going on.
And plus, you totally miss me, right, Pharaoh?
Oh yeah, Doofy ass ain't never around no more. Fucking can't find her anywhere. Chat. She fucking out, just gone.
Catch
just
me
gone.
in a ball. Just throw a ball.
That's it.
I assume that's how you catch them, right?
Gonna put you in a ball.
Throw a ball. Do I count as a human or a pal?
That is a very good question, actually. I'm not sure.
Chat.
You count as a problem. That's what you count as. You count as a fucking problem, okay?
Hey! I don't know what you're implying, but I don't like it.
You count as a problem.
I don't think I like this. Hey, baby. If you fit in a pal sphere, you are a pal.
You could probably cram Kanna into a pal sphere, honestly.
Zane is bullying me.
Zane is bullying.
Yeah, Zane is only. Did you see that? Zane is only bullying me.
Dart, can you allow that, please?
Deny. Click the other button. That counts as bullying. How could you? How could you allow that? Absolutely terrible. I feel absolutely.
Yeah, Jay. I've got Pragmata. I've still got to go through. At some point, I need to actually finish playing Armored Core 6. I started it and I beat the first boss, and then I got distracted by something else. So I've still got to beat that. I've got so many games in my inventory that I have never finished. So yeah, I have absolutely no business whatsoever buying any more games right now.
Allowing it is only natural.
Yes.
I what's the opposite of concur? I do not concur.
It's okay. We override you, so it doesn't really matter.
I just bought AC6. What is AC6?
Armored Core 6. Oh, it's really good. It's a mecha game, so you obviously have to like mecha. But if you do like mecha, God, it's so good. God, it's so good. Yeah. It's so funny too. Watching people bitch about the first boss being too hard. And I'm like, you can always tell the ones that never played an Armored Core game before because they complain about bosses being hard. I'm like, oh, this isn't hard. Bless your heart.
Wait, I know the button. Wait. Good night.
The stream keeps dropping out. What are you doing?
There we go. Nothing. I didn't do anything. There you go. Oh.
Good night,
Speed. I forgot about my leftover pizza.
Oh, go get your pizza.
It's probably cold again by now, isn't it?
Well, eat it anyway. Okay. The only thing that sucks is trying to craft ammo is annoying. Yeah, but the thing is, though, is that Armored Core was also made by the same people that made Dark Souls. So, they're different genres, but, some of the same rules still apply. You definitely need to know how to parry in Armored Core because there is, a version of parrying in Armored Core. You can, yeah, it is basically Mecha Dark Souls. Yeah. Yep. Bandai Namco. So I always loved all of the Armored Core games.
Pizza, pizza, pizza.
Got your pizza?
Pizza,
Good.
pizza. I got my pizza. It's not so hot anymore, but you know. Pizza is so good. Oh my god, why is pizza so good?
It is really good. Did you order something proper for lunch though?
Oh my god.
Well, work on that while you eat on your pizza. I will entertain chat while you eat your pizza and then
I
order
genuinely
proper
really
lunch.
want to play. I'm watching it and I'm like, shit, I really want to play. Look at that.
You just buy it and download it.
I did.
Maybe not right now because it'll take forever for you to download it. But yes, you need to.
Yeah.
You need to get it.
Pizza is amazing. I know. Who invented pizza? I need to thank them.
The Italians? Question mark.
Like collectively.
I'm not sure if I don't know if we know who. John Pizza, yes, John Pizza created pizza.
It doesn't sound like an Italian name. Thank you, John Pizza.
Thank you, John Pizza. Yeah, I don't think there's like a. I don't think there's anybody who's like credited like on their own for creating pizza.
Thank you, all the collective people who invented pizza.
Yeah.
That's unlike the cheeseburger, right? Right, for the cheeseburger, like there's like an actual person who made it, right? Yes, no.
I think so. I think the cheeseburger is credited to somebody. Yeah, pizza. Yeah, pizza is one of those things that's kind of like asking who created bread. Because like nobody knows who was like the first person to create bread.
Lionel Sternberger. Is that the creator of the cheeseburger? They have burger in their name. That tracks.
Yeah, I think it's a diner. Yeah, it was a diner in the US that's credited for. Yeah, that sounds about right. Burger.
John Pizza. John Burger.
John Pizza created the Borgar. Okay.
The cheeseburger was invented in Pasadena, California. Oh.
Oh, that's right. I need to build another berry plantation. I don't want to create another berry plantation.
You can have your own like farm. I assume that's a farm.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you can grow all kinds of stuff. You can even have like a
What is schedule? Hi NFS. I had a schedule in my head. I think I told it to Dream NFS.
Yeah. Trust me, NFS, I was just as surprised as you were. I was like, oh look, Kanna's life. Amazing.
I'll make it right now.
Amazing. Let's see here. Guys, I could do the funniest thing right now. I could deploy my syndicate gunner to my base and put him to work.
What, you can enslave them?
Yes. That's my syndicate gunner.
How do they know what you want them to do? What button do you click?
Well, normally you hit V, but apparently I can't do that with the syndicate gunner. That's funny as hell.
You just got straight to work.
Nope, he's gonna come over here and water, but I really need him over here working on this ammo bench, but that's okay.
Wait,
we'll
so
just
you
let
can
our
literally...
boy water.
Oh my god. They're
Let's just let our boy
human
water.
slaves.
Get to work, boy. Oh, okay. And now that I've put my syndicate fucking gunner to work, I can upgrade my base. Build a cooking pot, build a wheat plantation, build a mill. Blah. Okay.
She does this because she knows we're used to this. I plead the 5th. The 5th is the correct number, right?
Yes.
Yes,
I keep telling you,
5th.
you can't do that. That's a US buff only.
Can I move there? And
Yes.
then I'll use the 5th.
Look at my boy out here working. Hell yeah, brother. Let's do this. It's got this fucking red,
like to work
glowing eye, fucking absolute villain just running around out here.
Can I see the face again?
Hold on, I gotta make it. I need to build another bed.
For the gunner.
I don't know if he's not in a bed right now.
Is that for the human? The
I don't know
human
which
is
one of
gonna.
my pals doesn't. One of my pals doesn't have a bed right now. There we go. Now
The
they have.
human.
Now they all have beds. No, he's got a bed. See, look, he's right here.
Right.
See? He's just hanging out.
Yeah, right. You're right next to it. You're right.
He's absolutely just hanging out. He's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
He's having a good time.
Great.
Look!
Welfare,
I found this man. I found this man out in the wilds, living a life of crime. I captured him, brought him to my base, and given him a lawful, productive existence. Right? Like, look. Like, homie's got friends now. You know.
We're watching Pharaoh play. I'm eating my pizza.
Homie's got friends. Like he's got
a social
people
life,
to hang out with.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Look. Telling you, it's fine. It's totally fine.
I have a question. If it's a human pal, you can literally assign them to any job that the other pals can do. Literally, you just choose a human
I tried
because
to,
why not?
but it wouldn't let me. So I don't think you can assign the humans the same way. Because like pals, you can like pick them up, like you can pick them up and like throw them at a job that you want them to do, right?
Right.
I don't think I don't think I can do that with the human. So he'll probably end up getting retired here before too long. Because I can't actually tell him what I want him to do. He's just gonna, I guess, do whatever he feels qualified to do, which isn't terrible. It's not the end of the world.
Wow, this farm sounds like a dream job. Yeah.
I mean, it could be worse. I could have just shot him in the head and called it a day, right?
You can shoot him in the head.
Yeah, when I found him, he was trying to fight me.
Absolutely, self-defense and whatnot.
Yeah, exactly. I could have finished the job. Instead, I put him in a ball, and now he's got a beautiful life, living surrounded by a bunch of nice, cute little creatures that will be nice to him, and all he has to do is do a little work.
None of the guns are just cosmetic. What about the sheep holding the guns?
This absolute like fucking quad magnum fucking whatever the shit this gun is that I'm holding in my hands is totally just there for looks.
Yeah, exactly. When you press the trigger, bubbles come out. Exactly.
Yes, absolutely. It's a bubble gun. It's a squirt gun.
I want one. I've always wanted a bubble gun. One day.
Do they not have bubble guns in Indo? Is that not a thing there?
The only things my parents got me was the stick, the bubble stick, just a thing with the lube on it.
Oh, the bubble stick, right? I'm sorry. Yeah.
Right, that classic.
Oh,
sorry,
nothing but sticks in Kanna's life.
Fancy guns back then, you know. I mean, you only
sticks.
had good old-fashioned sticks.
I forgot that Kanna's upbringing involved nothing but sticks.
You're right.
You're right. Unfortunate.
Exactly.
Just stick. Nothing but stick.
Exactly. You know the thing that you use to like clean your bed? What is it called? It's just a bunch of sticks.
What is
Wait, do you know what I mean, right? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I haven't.
Chat?
No clue.
The thing that you used to like go poof poof on your bed. You understand, right? The thing? The bunch of the thing. No, what is it called? Sapulidi. Apa sih? Sapulidi. What the heck is that in English? That must be a universal thing. Surely. It must
Oh, here
be.
it comes. Here it comes. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, buddy. Come over here. Yeah, give me. That's it. Let's do this. Hell yeah. Look
Now
at him
I
go.
see the face. He does look very evil.
See, look at that. He was not a good man, and now look at him. He's got a job.
Yeah,
Brother's
making
got
an
3
honest
hots and
living.
a cot, making an honest living. He's safe. Nobody's gonna shoot him here. And if anybody does try to mess with him, he's got all these pals around here to help him. He's living a good life. I don't know why anybody's upset
The
about
best
this.
at wait, let me find the thing. Sapuli di. Wait, no, it's like not a bed fluffer. It's like the thing you used to smack beds and eat off the dust in them. You know what I mean? You don't know what I mean.
It's a. I don't think we have those here, Kanna.
You don't? What do you use?
I don't think we have those. I don't think we do that at all.
I'll send you a picture.
When we need to get the dust off the sheets, we wash them.
What about if it's in the mattress?
We have these things called sheets that cover the mattress, Kanna.
No,
We
what?
We have things that go under the sheets that cover the mattress, Kanna.
Here, chat. You know what I'm talking about. It's this thing. You not?
Kanna,
This not
Kanna,
a
that is
thing,
a bundle
yeah?
of sticks. That is a bundle. That is a bundle of sticks.
That is used to clean the bed.
Ooh, I got a cattress. What is a cattress?
Why are you specking? I don't know. What?
Why? Yeah, really.
What?
Why
No,
are you
like-
spanking the like? What are you? This is.
It's interchangeable. You either smack the bed or then you get smacked with it. It's like, you know, it's like one of the two. It's multi-usage, you know? Multi-purpose. What?
This
What?
new pal I just birthed.
Oh. That's a broom. Yeah. What the heck is a panaba? What? Panaba. It's similar. It's the same. It's just more. It's just better tied. You know what I mean?
Is that what it is?
It's just
Kanna,
better
that
tied.
is
It's
literally just
practically
a
the same
bundle
thing.
of sticks. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
It's just
When I
just a
was a
bundle of
kid,
sticks. I don't.
Right?
I
So
don't
where
know.
I was
We
going
would
with
call
it
that
was
a bundle
what?
of sticks.
Why the fuck you nabahin your? Wait, then what are you supposed to use it for?
Why are you beating your mattress with sticks? I'm so confused
Like
right
I
now.
was watching the adults when I was a kid, and they just use this, and they smack, they go poof poof on the bed, and then they just like whoosh whoosh, you know.
Okay, sure.
This would be so much easier if I had working arms. They can be tracked, and I can explain to you, but you know.
I mean, you know, hey, I'm not judging. Whatever y'all do with your mattresses is none of my business. I mean, you know.
Are you gonna tell me that these days you don't smack your?
I have never once in my entire life smacked my mattress with a bundle of sticks or anything else for that matter, because I wash my sheets. You know, I wash my sheets. It's kind of,
but you don't wash it
negates the
on.
need.
They don't wash it every day, right? You don't change it every day.
No,
You would change it like
no.
once a week, right? So
Like-
this is
like
for the
once a
daily,
week.
for like before you wash it. You know what I mean?
For what though? For what? Like what? What's the? Like I don't understand
To
what the
dust
problem.
the mattress.
To dust the mattress, but for what? Like what are we dusting? What
to
dust?
to
What
yeet the dust off the mattress, and I assume
What-
onto the floor.
What dust? What dust though? That's what I'm saying. I don't understand.
Vacuum the mattress. Back in my day, we don't have vacuums.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We just wash our sheets once a week, and that's fine.
Yeah. So
I don't-
anyway,
I'm
I
not,
would
I'm
think
not
one of
losing.
this-
I'm not losing that much dead skin. I guess I don't know. Maybe that's again that's that whole Indonesian environmental debuff thing.
But keeping in mind that like we're at least a decade behind. Okay, I don't know what you're on about, but like remember that Indonesia is always a decade behind. Anyway,
I mean that's fair.
I would steal one of the sticks from the bundle, and I would make a makeshift bubble wand. See, that's where I was going
Kanna.
with it.
Oh. Okay.
I mean,
We just
it
need
works.
you just need to come and visit, and you know.
And you're gonna show
I'll
me
buy
a bubble
you.
gun.
I will buy you a bubble gun. I will buy you your very own bubble gun. Kanna.
And I want to ask: is this? It's a bit. Yeah, no, it's a bit. I'm lying to you all right now. I'm just very
bit,
creative
Kanna?
with the details. Yeah.
Is it a bit? Is it? Are you sure?
And then you know what they say: double down.
Double down, triple down,
Triple down.
quadruple down.
I'm just going down.
Just down. You're just on the floor. Bless her heart. With all the dust that she beat off of her bed.
I saw it once, mind you. I was like, I'm gonna smack the heck out of this mattress. I went like poof, and all the dust flew up in the air. It works, but it just settles back down on the mattress, and then you just try your best. You know what I mean? It flies and it falls back down. You know.
That's unfortunate. A Mao? What is that? A new pal to collect.
Is it okay?
Damn it.
The Sapulidi and Panaba looks like the same thing, with just better string work. It's just better.
Is that what it's called?
tie.
String work? Is that what it
Because
is?
they tie it at the end. Wait, I have images that I can use as an example. Here, this is like a mild upgrade. You see? It's just tied at the end. That's the difference. No? Pretty sure that's it. I generally think. Look, it's just tied at the end. Now it has a handle.
I see. Yes.
Now it just has a handle. That's literal.
Right.
It looks better. It's practically it's the same thing. It just has a handle. It's the same thing, no?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. This is.
I
we're
call
learning.
bullying. I call bullying. That is an offensive word. Deny.
Dart, can you handle that for me, please? Go ahead and allow that one. Thank you.
PPF. PPF. I'm probably use something different for cleaning the carpets. This one, the thing that I use for the bed, is supposed to be used for outside. That tracks.
Probably.
I wonder if the dust that puffed up was from the bed, or was it the fact that maybe it was used outside and then I just yeeted it on the mattress. But they wouldn't put it there, right? Where did I get that? You used it inside? I used it to smack the dust off the mattress. Which is what I thought it was supposed to do. Question mark? I never
Amazing.
thought about it before. It is like a broom without the staff?
It is.
Stick? What is it called?
Yes.
What is just a long
Handle.
pole?
It's just called a handle. Or a broomstick, yeah. It could be called a stick.
Carpet beater. I'm realizing that my childhood was just filled with sticks, wasn't it?
Yes, you had a very stick-filled childhood. It's just nothing but sticks. Sticks everywhere.
You're right. It was, entertainment back then. It was just sticks and rubber bands,
Sticks.
chat. Do you know how amazing rubber bands were? You can make like a jump rope out of it.
Oh, yes, you could. You could, in fact.
See? I can't afford much, but all those rubber bands, you were sticking with it. I really was.
Mm.
In my childhood, whenever I grabbed a stick, we knew it was time to skedaddle. Yeah. That's true. That's fair. Oh. It is just a bunch of sticks. I never thought about it that way.
Her entire childhood was nothing but sticks, chat. Nothing but sticks.
I I feel like every time I open my mouth, I realize I sound like an absolute like, for example, I used to play mock pretend that I'm a chef, and I would put sticks in a bowl and pretend it's spaghetti.
There's the sticks again, chat.
I did it have a lot as a kid. But you know what? That did wonders for my creativity. Yeah. If you think about it, I unlocked the full potential of all the sticks.
Maximum stick potential, chat.
Sticks. You know, there's an Indonesian snack called mie lidi, which is like noodle sticks.
just everything in her life was
You
sticks,
just
chat.
eat it. It looks exactly the same as the sapu lidi, but it's edible and it has salt on it. You eat it.
Absolute stick maxing. Maximum stick.
Wait, is that not a thing there? Just like fried sticks of what I assume to be noodles?
No, not really. It's not
I think they just fried spaghetti. I think they just fried spaghetti.
I've never fried spaghetti. We have potato sticks. Yeah, potato sticks are a thing.
Wait, let me get it. If I find you the photo, you're gonna be like, that's the same thing, just edible.
It's just more sticks. Everything in Kanna's childhood was sticks. Everything in Kanna's childhood was
sticks.
Like
chat. The match girl, but I'm just the stick girl. Oh, this doesn't help, but this is what it looks like. Save image. Image 12 sounds about right.
I can't wait to see what this is.
Look. Ta-da! That's what they look like. See? I assure you they're edible.
It does just look like the bundles of sticks she was showing before, but apparently these bundles of sticks are for eating.
When I was in high school, a classmate of mine brought these, but they tied it just like the sapu lidi. It was like one string. So it just really looks like they're eating the broom. No, I swear they're edible. That just like looks like sticks and plastic wrapping. No, you can eat them.
Yeah. It's nothing but sticks. Nothing but sticks.
I once thought about it. Because like I looked at the sapu lidi and I was like, I wonder if the snacks are also made of these but fried. And they're just literally fried sticks.
It is just literally fried sticks. It's amazing.
Now, I believe they are noodles, probably. I want to ask, what do they taste like? It depends on what seasoning you get on them. Okay, in this picture, you see the two on the right are blonde, right? Those are probably just like salted. And then the other three probably have like chili powder on them. But nowadays, guys, it's all fancy. Right?
Fancy, yes.
Fancy.
It's all fancy,
so they have
chat.
like barbecue flavor or something. I swear they have like barbecue flavor or something. It's fancy nowadays. It's not just salt and chili anymore. Oh, there's a green one. Hold. There's a green one.
Green one. Can't wait to find out what the green one has going on.
I'm gonna feed you so much food when you come here. I'm gonna feed you sticks.
I'm gonna die. Chat, she's gonna stuff me full of sticks. Chat, she's gonna stuff me full of sticks. Help me. Tell her no.
Look,
please.
okay, there's cheese flavor, there's roasted corn, there's seaweed, which is the neon green one, and balado is just sambal. It's a type of sambal.
Oh, sambal.
It's not puffed potato sticks. I really should figure out what these are made of. Cause okay, when I was younger, it's either these or they also had like fried macaroni. Is that also not a thing there? Just deep fried, deep fried macaroni.
Deep fried macaroni? No, I don't. Well, I'm probably somewhere, but I've never had
come
it.
Here. Just come here.
Probably
I'll show
somewhere.
you our food.
Oh. What is it with the war crimes against noodles? That's what I want to know. What did the
Not in
noodles
Norway.
ever do? What
I
did
think
the
our
noodles
fried
ever
macaroni
do?
is.
Do
Wait.
to you guys? Why do you hate the noodles so much? So much violence against noodles.
Wait, I'll find pictures. Oh wait, I'll find. Oh, okay. There's a picture of it in shady plastic bags, and that's the perfect one.
Shady plastic bags. That's
yeah, because then you
amazing.
know it's kind of sus. You know?
That's amazing.
Wait, there must be. There's even like, well, not restaurants, but like places who just specialize and they just sell the fried macaroni and that's it.
That's amazing.
Save. Back in my day, these were so cheap, chat.
Come here, hold on. Come here.
Ta-da! Deep fried crispy macaroni. It's definitely not fried mac and cheese. Macaroni. Okay, I'll search that. Yeah, see, now they're branded. Jeez, so fancy. Oh, okay. You know what? Thank you for telling me to Google that. That looks more reassuring than whatever picture I found.
Interesting.
Ta-da!
I see.
You're thinking of fried mac and cheese balls. No, these are literally... I think deadass they just fried the macaroni. I've always wondered if they boil them first, then fry them, or they just fry them straight from dry pasta.
Amazing.
Yeah, I've
Incredible.
always wondered. Because some of them have different texture. One is harder. Some of them are more crisp, which are good. It is literally fried macaroni. So we have this and the sticks. So you have so much choice.
So what you're telling me is that Indonesia just basically commits war crimes against pasta. The Italians fucking hate you guys. And the fucking
What do you mean war crimes?
and just everything is sticks. Everything is sticks.
Well, according to the width of the fried sticks, maybe it's angel hair. Maybe they just fried angel hair.
Everything is sticks, chat. Did you know?
Shows a block. That wouldn't be a crime against pasta. Wait, sometimes they have macaroni in Sublak, don't they? There is! Oh, I don't even know how to begin to explain that one, chat. Sublak macaroni. I mean, to be fair, it just looks like noodle soup. I'm wondering if I should choose an appetizing looking photo or like what realistically you're gonna get photo. Oh. I haven't had Sublak in so long. I should get Sublak. There's probably no war crimes here. Maybe.
Maybe. Possibly. No war crimes here.
Do I give the picture that has sausages in them?
Here you go, Kanna. This will make you happy.
Yes.
You can make a corral.
Corral?
And the pals will go in there, and the chickens will lay eggs, and the sheep will produce fucking wool, so you can make cloth.
Whoa, wait, then what can you do with the cloth? You can make your own clothes too.
It's for crafting. Yeah, you have so many things require cloth.
Is this sheep just ramming onto your back? Oh.
Seeing how the sheep will go in here and hang out. And we'll start grazing and producing wool, so I can make more cloth. This is a what do you call it? Like a hot spring for the pals, so they can go in there and soak and restore their sanity.
They're living better than I am. Put me in a bowl. Can I work on your farm?
Come forth and work upon my farm.
I can lie, I'm so scared of that one Indonesian dessert full of chocolate sprinkles. I mean, martabak. What is there to fear? The amount of margarine or butter in it? That's okay. Just turn a blind eye. Just don't look at it. Don't look at them making it. And then when you eat it, try to ignore the dripping butter on your fingers and just eat it. You know, just try to ignore whatever is dripping on your hands, right? Or alternatively,
that sounds so bad on so many levels, Kanna. Just ignore whatever's dripping on your hands, Kanna. Hello, Kanna.
I once took like a Korean acquaintance to try martabak because they said they really wanted to try. They were visiting. And they were confused just by the fact that there's cheddar cheese on like a sweet dessert.
I mean, you can do that. It's not really my jam, but you can do that.
All my life, I thought that's where cheese belongs. Well, as a kid, right? Because like Indonesia's just I feel like the only real cheese we have somewhat readily available is like shady cheddar.
Shady cheddar.
Oh. Shady room of a shelf stable cheddar, right? And now they have different prices.
Guys, I'm gonna get Kanna to come and visit, and the first thing I'm gonna do is take her to a Walmart Supercenter.
Is it the one with the giant aisles of cookies?
I'm gonna take her straight to where all of the cheese is.
And you'll never. And that was the last time you saw me.
And just watch her brain explode out of her skull.
I'm not even.
See, Costco's cool, but Costco's just about buying shit in bulk. I just want to show her variety. I just want to show her. I just want to show her variety. I want to take her to Walmart. I'm gonna take her to Publix because Publix is just arguably a higher quality store, and I'm just gonna walk her around in Publix. I'm gonna get her a pub sub chat. I'm gonna get her a pub sub. So Publix supermarket will do sub sandwiches, and they are really good, like oddly really good. And I'm going to find her. We're gonna get her like. Well, see, the beautiful thing about it, Kuma, is I don't have to take her to Wisconsin because all of the cheese that's made in Wisconsin is going to be available in the grocery stores here. That's the nice part about it.
You have a cheese capital. I want to go.
We do have a cheese capital, Wisconsin. Yeah, actually, it pisses a lot of especially European countries off that Wisconsin cheese has won best cheese in the world awards multiple times. They get so sassy about that.
I'm gonna Google if our cheddar is actually cheddar. Wait.
They do. They get so pissy about it. American cheese. They like to think that the only cheese that we have in America is like American cheese, which is like a cheese, like it's processed cheesed product. We know that it's not real cheese. We don't pretend that it's real cheese. It's not real cheese. It's whatever the fuck American cheese is, which is not real cheese. Right? Nobody's trying to say that it is, something it isn't, right? But we also have like domestic, like really fine cheddars and shit.
Oh,
Really fine cheddars. And other things
Okay.
besides.
I googled it. According to Google,
Mhm.
the cheese that's usually sold in the cheddar cheese that I usually see is around 60% cheddar.
Oh.
I mean, to be fair, that's above 50%. That's more than I thought it would be.
So the question is, what is the other 40%?
It says oil and margarine or butter. This is definitely not butter. It's probably margarine, isn't it?
Yeah, probably margarine.
Okay. It's cheddar, water, milk solids, right? And then vegetable oil. And then
So your cheddar is basically just American cheese. That is fucking tragic. The other 40% is sticks. The other 40% is sticks.
vegetable oil has no place in cheese. It doesn't even melt like American cheese. You know what I mean? It's just solid. It never melts.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
So
that is
the only
truly
thing you can do is you can grate it. That's why, like, if you see martabak and it's just like grated cheese, that's all it does. It doesn't melt. You can only grate it. That's it. You eat it.
That is
Deal with it.
absolutely tragic. Guys, look, I'm trafficking my human pal. I'm at the pal trader selling off pals that I don't need, and
You're selling the human.
my human is worth more than all of my other pals thus far. He's worth 61 grand.
Oh, that's
6,100. I've discovered a way to make money.
why. Oh.
I've discovered a way to make money. Chat. Listen, hear me
Stick
out.
trade.
All right, hear me out, guys. Human trafficking
She's
is
made
lucrative.
200,000. Oh. If it doesn't melt, is it just sticks? It's literally just. It just exists. And sometimes, if you leave it out for a little bit because you grate it and then it's really thin, right? It just dries up and becomes sticks of cheddar cheese. Tiny little grated sticks of cheddar cheese. My life is absolutely just sticks, isn't it?
It's all just sticks. Everything is just sticks.
Me. But okay, the only thing it has going for it is that it's salty. So in martabak, you put condensed milk, and then it's salty sweet, and it's delicious.
Mm.
It is a one of a kind Indonesian experience. Must try martabak.
I see.
My favorite martabak is cheese. I don't know. I don't really like it. Wait. It's wonderful. It's absolutely wonderful. Maybe I just like, I both cheese and condensed milk. Okay, wait. Surely the image will appear. Yes. Yes,
That's
sir.
crazy. Well, see, now that I've discovered how much humans are worth, I understand why Michi's doing what she's doing. This is about to be a like daughter, like father situation, I think.
It's a family business. That's what I'm hearing.
Human trafficking. Hear me out. Oh no, hear me out.
Right, yeah.
Human trafficking, okay?
Mhm.
Profit. Just pure profit.
That's it. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Pure,
Absolutely
pure
convinced.
Profit.
Count me in
Right,
this family
right.
business.
I'm beautiful. All right, amazing. I cannot wait to play this game with you and perfect our human trafficking.
Beautiful, beautiful. We'll split the work. We're looking at mac and cheese before everything is stirred together. I didn't even know that cheese was supposed to melt. Like sometimes when I was a kid, I would watch movies. I'm like, how does cheese melt like that? I don't understand.
That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Oh my god. No, this is all explaining so much.
So you understand me.
This is all explaining so much to me right now.
I don't understand how heat is supposed to melt.
Why are you 4 feet tall?
So
because nutrition.
Oh wait. I can read more of the ingredient list. They have they add vitamin D. Oh, that's the only vitamin they add.
That's typical.
And colorings. Well, you know what? Maybe it's not that healthy after all. You should.
Oh.
I still highly recommend the cheese martabak. Very highly recommend. You should see the amount of condensed milk on it. You will be convinced.
That's amazing. This is explaining so much.
What do you mean? I didn't even find out until I was an adult that condensed milk doesn't even have any milk.
It's amazing.
And it was just a lie, chat. Yeah, I didn't know until like a couple of months ago when I googled it, and like condensed milk is supposed to actually have milk in it. I'm like, that's crazy. Yeah, they changed the name. Did you know, Pharaoh? Because they were like, no. We probably should stop calling it condensed milk because there's no milk in it.
Yeah, so I mean, if it doesn't have milk in it, then it can't really be condensed milk. Like, what the fuck?
Wait, condensed milk has the one here don't have it. Apparently,
that's absolutely crazy.
Just condensed.
Come to Indola. We will feed you the fake milk.
Yeah, fake milk with like 60% cheese, and then we have fried sticks and fried macaroni. We're living it up here.
I absolutely cannot wait to indulge in all of these things. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm going to spend my entire trip in the toilet. My digestive system being like, brother, what have you done? Like, I mean, American food is kind of rough, but Jesus, what is this?
It's okay. We'll hit the spices first, and then we'll hit the sweet stuff. It'll help soothe, you know.
I'll just pack some MREs. That's fine. I'll just pack some MREs.
Did you know, according to YouTube, Indonesian MREs are like a thing. You can try those.
Yes. Indonesian MREs are probably either Chinese or possibly American. I would be willing to bet that Indonesia probably is importing MREs from somebody. I could be wrong. Or sticks. It could just be more sticks. Yeah, that's true. It could just be more sticks.
If you make it spicy enough, you can even taste the sticks. No, that's true. That's why there's the really, really red fried sticks, because then you're just tasting the spice. Did you know about like the stir-fried rocks or stones? Are those Chinese?
Stir-fried? I'm sorry, what?
Stir-fried stones? Wait, do I have a picture for you? See, I am a fountain of knowledge. You're welcome.
The stir-fried stones?
Yes. In that exact order of the sentence.
Okay, but why?
Pebbles, if you will. Here. I found picture. Ta-da!
What in the actual fuck? There's literally it's actually stir fried. Fucking
Yes, it is according to Google, it's the suckable stir-fried pebbles. Yes, it is an absolute delicacy. I don't think it's AI. There's videos, right? There's a Chinese name word that I can't pronounce. Nah, see? Smooth river pebbles are stir-fried with chili oil, garlic, and spices. So they're called the suck me stones or whatever, and we just suck the seasoning off them. Ta-da! You know what they say, sticks and stones. Pharaoh. The sticks don't look so bad anymore, do they?
I think I'll take the sticks. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. No, you totally right. I will take the sticks. Honestly, like that. The fact that they actually stir fry stones so that people will.
No, and then right. Yeah, they suck it, and then I guess you return them so they can reuse them, right?
Because
like recycling.
Oh no!
Because like recycling. I mean, what? I don't think they throw them away, do they? I mean, I don't know. We would have to go there and check.
No, I'm not going anywhere. No, nope. That is a hard fucking pass for me, homie. Reuse. I take it back. Kanna is not going to be where the fucking zombie virus comes from.
I'm pretty sure. I don't think they would throw away the perfectly still intact pebbles, right? Because then they would have to find more. Wouldn't they just wash it and like boil it for safety or something? Right? Yes.
Oh my god! I need to go to bed. Is what I need. That's stir-fried stones is where I might have to draw the line for the day.
But to be fair, the seasonings sound like they would be great.
Sure.
But then they have this fucking rocks. But like the first time they find the rocks, they'd have to boil them for safety anyway. Who's to say the rocks in the river weren't sucked before they were thrown back in the river? You never know. It could have been communal rocks the whole time anyway.
It could have.
But yes, they do return the stones. See? I tell you. I wonder. A portion costs $2.30. Oh, look. Okay, chat. I have the
Imagine paying $2.30 for secondhand stones to suck on.
See, the dish originated centuries ago when boatmen traveling along the river ran out of fresh food. To mimic the flavors of seafood or meat, they would stir-fry river rocks with spices. Today, a portion costs about $2.30. And the stones are reused endlessly by vendors who simply wash and re-season them. Oh. At least I said boiled for safety. They just wash it. They just wash it. People who try it say the experience is intense, delivering bold, salty heat and a smoky aroma.
Intense is definitely a word for it, I would imagine.
Though it is often considered more of a test of courage or a novelty than a proper meal. Oh, there you go.
Test of courage. Yeah, that's definitely yeah, it's definitely a test of courage. Like how much faith do you have in a benign universe? Suck on this secondhand stone and show me. Suck on the secondhand stone and show me the weight of your courage. Oh God. That's the health insurance. Yeah, no, I think you've got it right, NFS. That's definitely test of health insurance.
This is literally how diseases spread, right? Via the suck me stones.
This is how we got the coof, man. I'm sure of it now. What the fuck do you mean reuse the rocks, brother?
You can recreate this without a pebble in your house. Just you're right. Just buy a bunch of spices and sauces and stir fry it, and just don't use the stones. Just use a spoon or something, I guess. Just like lick it, I suppose. I would rather eat deep fried spiders and grasshoppers than those rocks.
Yes.
I don't want either. I'll stick with my sticks.
I would rather have the sticks too, honestly.
See, by comparison,
no, for real. I will take the sticks. Like genuinely, like nah. I'm now team stick. After seeing what seeing what Team Stone has to go through, I am definitely team stick now.
Yes, sticks are strong together. Exactly.
That is.
Okay, I'm writing down the list of food. I'm gonna introduce you while you're here. The fried
brother,
sticks.
I am not putting the fucking stones in my face. I'm sorry.
I don't think those stones exist in Indonesia. We're fucked up, but not that fucked up.
I just want to make sure that we're clear on the whole like Pharaoh is not putting secondhand stones in his mouth hole. All right, that's not a thing.
I mean, to be fair, I couldn't make it for you if you want. I can go and find pebbles. Then you'll know they're brand new pebbles.
Yes, but they will be coming out of Indonesian water. I'm still gonna have to pass. I'm sorry.
I love how it's called a street food.
I'm sorry. River stones from IAD is no longer a disease chance. It's like a disease guarantee. Yeah, I was gonna say you're right. It stops being a chance and just becomes a given. Like you just know you're not gonna fare well when it comes to getting.
How about glass marbles?
No, I'm good. Thank you, sweetie. I'm going to avoid all of that. Well, the problem is with glass marbles, if you put them in something to do like the stir fry or whatever, they're probably going to shatter. Glass doesn't deal as well with high temperature as stone does. Unless it's a specific kind of glass. And marbles are not that kind of glass. So I think that would probably be yeah. Don't cook glass.
Don't cook glass. Right, fair.
Unless it is glass specifically made for cooking, because that is a thing.
If you want to try it, don't. Do you want the Norwegian river rocks? Chris might eat over the Norwegian river rocks.
No, I'm good.
Stir-fried ice cube.
See, growing up, we were told not to put rocks in our mouth because it's bad for your teeth, right? And so I still feel like that's a thing. Like I don't feel like putting rocks, even smooth river rocks, in my face hole is probably the best plan.
An explosion of flavor.
An explosion of broken teeth in your mouth.
I'm noting that. Okay, fried sticks. And what else you gotta try? Rendang? Rendang. Let's go back to normal food for like 2 seconds. Rendang. And then nasi goreng. Right? Right? What else are staple Indonesian foods that like you have to try? Martabak. Do you want it greasy or not too greasy?
It doesn't really matter. I mean, a lot of American food is greasy, so.
Do you want sweet martabak or savory martabak? Well, we could try both. Rawon. Oh, rawon. There's rawon, there's soto, there's so many. Don't kill Pharaoh. Pharaoh will not perish from martabak. From the stones, maybe, but not martabak, probably.
Oh, ow, 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 oh, oh, shit, oh, shit.
What is... Oh.
Something is fucking me up.
Come on.
Now that something is having a fucking answer to my fucking gumi.
Oh. So, at what point do you capture the humans and traffic them? Question mark?
I'm not capturing. I don't think I'm capturing these humans. They're these. Oh shit! I think I was too busy getting. I didn't realize there was a turret there. Ouchie! Now I've got to get back there and get my stuff. Ugh.
Aw, man. That one is extremely good. Okay, and somehow, so far, there are some things in Indonesia. If it's like black, it tastes good. Right?
Oh boy.
Like the duck seasoning sambal thing. Bebek Madura. Oh, that's so good. That is so good. The seasoning is black. I don't know why, but it's so good. And I am like 64% sure that's not burnt.
Interesting.
I just don't know why they're black. I thought you were about to say if it's black, don't eat that. I used to believe so until I tried a lot of things that were colored black but somehow still taste edible. We have fried water.
Fried water.
I have follow-up questions. First of all, isn't that what was called an explosion? Does it not explode when you try to fry it? Hello?
That would be my thought. Is that yeah, that would be.
Oh my god, Pharaoh is flying! I will install it after this. Is that your stuff?
Yeah.
Oh. Question. If you want to catch humans, you have to catch them alive or...
Yes. Like this. Oh, I don't have any.
You don't got balls?
I don't have any pals.
Okay.
My balls are on the ground over there.
Oh, right. You lost your bag.
I'll try to.
Oh, wait. What are they called here? Spheres?
Yeah.
It's so much easier to say balls, though. Spheres. Blech. Spheres.
Nope. Kid.
Technically, it's like heavily breaded and deep fried. How do you bread water? Question? How does water become breaded? Does bread not soak water?
That is an excellent question, honestly. I'm very confused myself.
You never tried fried ice cream? Doesn't fried ice cream get wrapped in like a layer of
fried
toast?
ice cream. Yeah.
Untoasted toast. What was it called again?
Toasted toast. I'm gonna hurt you.
Oh no, they're untoasted, remember?
I'm going to actually. Oh, if you start with that untoasted toast shit again, I swear to God. Kanna, I'm going to hurt you. I'm going to absolutely factory reset you. Fucking untoasted toast bullshit.
It's how I refer to it in daily life. What I do. I can't wait to drink some unfrozen ice. Yeah, but that's what deep fried ice cream is like wrapped in, right? They wrapped it in that. The words that I would say, but I am not allowed to say that, if I don't want to get factory reset. And then they get... What is that thing?
Where the fuck did you come from? Hold on. Are they respawning on me? Is that what's happening over here?
Girl just can't say bread. It's different. Roti bakar, but we should also try roti bakar. It's toast. Sandwich, toast. My favorite is banana. What is it? What is roti bakar in English? Bakar is burn. Roti is bread. So banana burn bread. Yes.
Banana? Why would you burn banana bread? That's what I'm trying to understand.
It's not
right
banana
now,
bread.
You...
It's like the. Gonna hate me. You don't burn it. What is it called? Roast? Grill? You grill on the untoasted toast, and then you put bananas in it, and then you know. Anyway, it's good. Roasted bread with banana. The roasted bread doesn't sound right.
No, it doesn't sound right. It sounds fucking like a war crime. Get my boy out here.
Wait, no wait, roti bakar itu emangnya di pan fry? No lah. Roti bakar is like, aren't they supposed to be toasted over fire or something? It's grilled sandwich. That's grilled banana sandwich. Oh my god, Chris, you're so smart.
Grilled banana sandwich. Okay, that sounds actually appetizing. Jesus. that actually sounds tasty.
I was trying to find
a grilled banana sandwich. Actually sounds like something I would be interested in trying.
I forgot about the word sandwich. And also about the word grill. I was trying to find, but my brain went to barbecue.
Banana,
and I was like, barbecued bread
bread
doesn't sound right.
Burnt banana bread is what you sounded like you were trying to say, and I'm like, why would you burn banana bread? How does that make it like how does that make it better? Like, what is the thought process here? Like, what are we doing?
I was trying to translate it word for word. It's not even sandwich shaped. It's a loaf. It's not a loaf. Is it a loaf? It's a loaf? No, it's not a loaf. Isn't it a regional thing? Probably. Blaming regions. I just went grilled cheese sandwich. You're so smart. Okay, to be fair, remember that our cheese don't melt. So really, grilled cheese sandwich isn't a thing here. Remember, no melting cheese. Remember, subs.
No melting cheese, la. So sad.
Wait. Roti bakar pisang. I'll find the picture. It's not burnt banana bread. I swear.
Are you sure?
Yes, because at least I know that banana bread is not the untoasted toast thing. It's a different thing. Let me find the thing.
Untoasted toast. Every time you say untoasted toast, you make me want to actually bite.
I forgot what's the word I'm supposed to use. If I just say bread, it sounds wrong.
That's what untoasted toast is. It's bread.
But it's a specific type of bread. Because in Indonesian, it would be called roti tawar, which just means bland bread. And that doesn't seem like a nice way to explain it now, is it? Right? I forgot what it's supposed to be called again. Oh, look, it's covered in cheese. Or that's my personal preference. White bread. White bread! That's where I was looking for.
Oh, white bread. Okay. Wow. That's wow.
Thank you for this.
All of that just to get to white bread, huh? That's a thing.
There. There are many shapes and forms. Why is that a username? Because I think that it's an actual thing, maybe, chat.
She was struggling with white bread, chat. That was the entire struggle, was just white bread.
My childhood was filled with sticks. Cut me some slack. There.
That's fair. That's fair.
I'm gonna blame the sticks now. I just consume sticks.
Everything, when all of your life is nothing but sticks, other words is hard. Other thoughts is hard.
Okay, right. So they oh, Mosho kaget. Forgot I had that sound. Thank you, Chris, for the gifted sub. I was assaulted by my own voice that I forgot existed.
I love those alerts. Those alerts make me so happy.
I genuinely forgot what exists. You know what I mean? It's. I feel like that impacted me more than when I heard it before, because I forgot about them completely, and now it hurts. Okay, so it's white bread, and I think they put Nutella in it. Sometimes it depends on what you order. If you order chocolate, then they put Nutella or an unnamed chocolate spread.
I see. Unnamed chocolate spread.
I mean, it could
is
be
so
anything.
Concerning.
Right? Let's just think about it as if it's
spread
Nutella.
is just so concerning.
Hazelnut chocolate. Yeah, no, you're right. That's too expensive for here. It's probably some kind of chocolate spread. And then they put slices of bananas on it.
Okay.
And then they top it off with another bread. Do they put condensed milk on the inside? You're sensing a pattern here.
Yeah.
There's probably condensed milk somewhere in there.
Somewhere in there, there's condensed milk probably in the mix. Yeah.
Usually chocolate sprinkle. That's true. Chocolate sprinkle melts, I think. Probably.
I mean, I guess it depends on the grade of chocolate sprinkle. Some
Grade?
would melt, some would not.
Right.
Yeah, so yours
grades?
probably not. Yeah, there's grades to everything.
Right. And
Some brands are higher quality than others. Lamau? Question mark.
You know what? I'm gonna write down roti bakar as one of the food things you should eat. Roti bakar. There we go.
Sounds like a plan.
And then
I love how
grill
Kanna's
it.
just been like looking this stuff up. I'm just casually running around on this thing, killing stuff. While Kanna looks all this up.
Yeah, I'm devoted is the word.
Yes.
Invested.
Dedicated. Invested.
Exactly. So cheese, condensed milk, sprinkles. It's just pocket martabak. Yeah, actually, if you think about it, this is slightly less sinful because less butter / margarine. It's mostly margarine. No, wait, because like martabak don't have bananas in them. But not all of the grilled sandwiches have bananas in them. I just like the ones with bananas in them. And then they usually top it off with more cheese, the unmelting cheese. Remember? You know of which I'm talking about, the cheese that does not melt.
The cheese that is not actually cheese.
It's 60%.
the cheese that is vaguely cheese.
Yes. It's half cheese, half oil. Delicious. See, so usually with the toppings, it'll look like this.
I see. Interesting.
Ta-da! Indonesian grilled sandwiches. Ta-da!
The secret third other cheese.
Martabak with banana is very common. I've never had that before. Maybe because I just keep choosing cheese.
I'm telling you, if you ever get around to coming to visit here, you are going to lose your shit when you see
all the cheese,
all the cheese, the food.
Where did my pencil go?
Going to stuff you full of barbecue.
Barbecue.
Till you roll around.
Actual barbecue, not the barbecue bread that I was trying to describe.
No, not the barbecue bread. Grilled is the word you were looking for.
If that was real cheese, I might be interested.
I mean, okay, so barbecuing and grilling are like the same thing, basically. So, like, I mean, you weren't wrong. You can, like, toast bread on a barbecue. I've done it before. Yeah, she's getting brisket. Don't worry, guys. She is gonna get brisket.
I assume brisket is different from what is that called? Pastrami? What's pastrami again?
Oh yes, completely different. Night and day different from pastrami. Yeah, brisket is a completely different flavor, texture. Like, yeah, it's a totally entirely different experience from pastrami.
Ta-da! Choo-choo! Hype train! Got a new... What is that called again? What is that new emoji called? Who's this diva? Yeah! It's made from the same meat. Oh! Wait, it's the same part? But different...
Yes, it's the same. It's made from the same part. It's just like the process of it being cooked are two so very different things. So like again, the texture and the flavor end up being very different from each other because of the cooking process.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm gonna Google Indonesian brisket. What is brisket in Indonesian? Indonesia, bahasa
Is
Indonesia
Indonesian brisket a thing?
We're about to find out. Sandung lamur. The heck is sandung lamur? That's what it is in. It's usually used in soto. Oh? We just boil it into soup. Well, there you go. We apparently just boil it for safety. It's in soups, chat. We don't smoke it, apparently.
Interesting. What a perfectly marvelous way to ruin that cut of beef.
I'm just saying. I didn't even know there's an Indonesian word for it. Why would... As a Texan, that hurts me. Thinking about brisket just floating around as cubes in a soup. Yeah. Brisket is also used in pho, but it's thinly shaped. Oh, right. Oh, those are brisket? I didn't know. I thought it's just like short plate or something. Huh. You want to smoke anything? Try sais from it. Oh yeah, sais is good. That's, I guess, the Indonesian equivalent of like smoked meat. I don't know what part they smoke though. Meat. Wait. Must find accompanying image. Say Indonesia, sure. Huh. Okay. I'll just use this image. Save image. Beep beep. Beep 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 beep. Mom. Ta-da! I don't know what part this is. I don't know what part that is. But they smoke meat, right? And then they slice it kind of thin. And then you serve it with a sambal.
Interesting.
That's good. I don't know what they use to smoke it though. It feels like they're spices. Actually looks edible. Surprisingly enough, right? I wonder what part they smoke. Let me say... Itu bagian apa? Oh! Okay, I don't know if this is true or not. This is Google AI, so with a grain of salt. They said that they take the brisket part and smoke it. So that might be brisket. I don't know why it's so tiny though. It looks different from whatever. Okay. It fits, and then it's probably... Yeah, I think there's like pork, and there's some that are made with beef. Pork, beef. Beef is a word. There we go. There's a scientific journal of this smoked meat. Interesting.
Amazing.
This is good. You should try this. It's the closest thing
I
you'll
would
get
imagine,
to like... Yeah.
I would imagine that when I come to visit, that will be on the list of things that I am made to try.
I'm compiling the list as we speak. Oh,
I have a feeling that will be on the list of things that I will have to attempt to consume.
Oh, wait, where's... Is it from
between you and
Kalimantan?
Michi?
Yeah. With a grain of salt, if you take food suggestions from Michi, know that she doesn't eat like 80% of what.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I am aware
I'm
that she
just
doesn't
saying.
eat 80%. Yeah, I am aware. Trust me, I am aware.
To be fair, me and the girlie, sometimes we go eat at a place that Michi recommends, and at the end, we're all just staring at each other like, we should have known better.
I feel like probably between you and the rest of the girlies, somebody will take pity on my poor soul and find proper food for me to eat.
Yeah, no, because the funny thing about Michi is she will recommend you food, but they're all food that she can't even eat. So then begs the question, why would you recommend a food that you can't even eat, so you don't even know if it's good or not? You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that makes absolute sense.
Yeah, no, Michi's the type of person who'll be like, oh my god, guys, you need to try the steak place. And so we go, right? And so we go and we eat it and we're like, bruh. And then Michi's
I'm probably going to avoid any kind of steak place while I'm there, because I feel like that's not fair to the restaurant that I would be going to, because like I come from one of those states that's just like steak.
We'll give you the boiled brisket. Don't worry about it.
If you get boiled brisket, I will just leave. I'm gonna try to eat like Indonesian food when I'm in Indonesia. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna try to eat like I'm not gonna try to eat like
Conro. Oh, Conro would be good. It's like a grilled beef rib. Is it? I think you would like. You should probably try food from that region.
My theory is I'll be spending a lot of time like, hey NFS, buddy. I'm in Indo, bro. What's a safe place for me to eat at, man?
Do you not trust me?
Michi's trying to take me someplace, and it sounds sus as fuck.
Trust me. Trust me. Look at me. I'm so trustworthy. You hear that? The distrust up in the air.
It's not that I distrust you per se. It's that I could see you taking me someplace because you would think it was funny.
No, that doesn't sound like me. That doesn't sound like me at all.
It really does, though.
It really doesn't. Let me look at me. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
No, it really does sound like you. That's some shit you would do, honestly.
No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Look. Again, smoked brisket from Endete. What is that called in English? East Timor. That sounds like a place. That definitely sounds like a place, right? Right? I think East Timor is an actual place.
Do you?
Yes.
Do you think that's an actual place?
Yes.
Chat, what do you guys think? Does that sound like an actual place? East of Timor. I mean, you know, it's
like,
totally...
the island is called in English like Timor-Leste, right? Right? So then you'd be like, it wouldn't just be called East Leste? Question mark, brother. You know what I mean? Wait! What is Endete in English? No, I swear to God. Is it just Timor-Leste? Endete in English. Chat, yep. Timor. East... no, man. That's East Nusa Tenggara, but that just sounds like... That sounds like a place. Anyway, the point is... we try the food.
Yes.
Timor-Leste is not even entered. I know. I know, but you know what I mean. It's the other side. Question mark?
I can't wait to go to Indonesia. This is going to be such a fucking adventure. I just want
to say that my worst subject is probably geography. That's
It is
after
going to be.
Indonesian.
It is going to be such a fucking adventure going to Indonesia.
We're gonna be fine. There's GPS nowadays. NFS might need to tag along. Don't worry, it'll be the three of us are gonna have a blast.
NFS, listen, I am going to give you constant status updates about my location. Okay, so like, if I need help, all right, like if I need help, okay, I need you to like. I need you to come get me, brother.
Air tag.
I'm gonna get an air tag. If I find myself in a situation, man, I'm just gonna have to reach out to you, okay? Because like, you know,
it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. There's also where's that? I don't know where this. It's probably Kalimantan. There's like a regional whole roasted pig. Hog? Are they the same thing? Yeah, you know what I mean. There's a whole roasted one too. It's like they put spices on it and they roast it whole or something. You can also try that. That counts as barbecue-ish thing, right? No?
That actually sounds pretty good. Whole roasted pig does sound pretty tasty. I'm not gonna lie.
Roasted pig in Indo. Yeah, you. Funny. Many islands. Some islands actually do just eat a lot of pork. Beep beep boop boop.
40 minutes
crispy
chat.
Skin. What? Oh.
I got a legendary pal egg. A huge rocky egg. I wonder what's gonna come out of that.
How many people hating on maps? Probably just me. Everyone else seems fine, probably. Muna got lost the other day, but that's probably fine. It's probably not her fault.
Bless her. Bless her.
I'm probably the issue.
Probably. You are
probably the worst.
The issue. You are probably.
She also hates maps.
Bless her heart.
That's the same egg Michi was trying to hatch. Is it? There's no chance you're gonna get a human from those eggs, right?
No, you don't eat humans from the eggs. It'll be some kind of like super special pal will come out of that. Will come out of that egg.
Michi saying she doesn't need maps while using a map in game. That sounds like that tracks.
That's a very Michi thing to do.
I'm even hydrating. I've grown up so much lately. I know.
Good job on hydrating. Now, if only you would eat.
Oh right, food. I knew I was forgetting something.
I'm going to absolutely didn't you.
I ate a pizza.
I am going to factory reset you. I'm telling you, you're going to get sent screaming into the void.
Does that mean just amnesia?
I don't know.
Think about it.
I've never had to factory reset somebody. You will be the first to find out what happens.
Is it a button? Do you just bonk me on the head and be like, factory reset, beep boop?
I don't know. I'm not sure yet. It's an adventure. We'll find out together. Beep boop, factory reset. Kanna no longer remembers anything.
Silly shout at the girl really tattooed. Like, I swear, both me and Ollie have tried to tell her time and time again, right? That you just make an L with your pointer finger and your thumb, and then you know where your left and your right is. But it never goes through.
No, of course not.
It genuinely never gets through. And so,
I mean,
it's
good on
there.
you guys for trying, but, you know, it's Michi.
I mean, to be fair, we tried. We tried our best. And sometimes our best is not enough, chat. She always turns her hands palm first. I can see why that might pose a problem. I suppose. Left is where you feel your heart is. You're so smart. Let me try telling Michi that. I've always assumed she's just a miracle who lives off oxygen, and thus I don't know what's pumping her blood all through her body. It might not be her heart. She's a miracle. I don't even know. I don't even.
I don't think
Beep
the Lord knows what's making Michi work, honestly.
Exactly. Would she ask where her heart is? Exactly. That's the question, chat. That's the question. Gimme boop. Gimme. Maybe boop boop. Boop boop boop. Do you think I speak gibberish most of the time? Nah. Is it what they mean when the lords fear their creation, so they let them roam the world longer?
Yes, I think Michi is a prime example of, but that's, God stays in heaven because he is afraid of his own creation. Yeah, that's Michi is a stunning example of that right there.
Your pal is barbecuing your food. That's so nice of them.
Yep, the fire pals will cook. And so right now she is helping me cook my herb roasted lamb ball.
I'm staring at this thing spewing fire, and I'm looking at the chicken in the back, and I'm just like, roasted chicken does sound fantastic. You can
yes.
Don't roast the pal, right?
Oh, you absolutely roast the pal. You okay, so you technically never kill any pals in this game. You only knock them out, and when you knock them out, they drop loot that you then use for things. But technically, they don't die. Kind of. Unless you have a butcher's knife and then you butcher them.
Right. That right.
Dude, as soon as Kanna in stream, you guys know she's immediately going to download this game.
I know. I'm withholding myself from clicking the download and install. Beep beep boop boop. Beep beep.
Well, you've almost made it to 4 hours, so you could reasonably.
What time is it?
I'm looking at your time right now. You have been streaming for like damn near 4 hours. You're 9 minutes off.
I've been yapping for 4. I thought it was like almost 2.
No, you've been yapping for like 4 hours. We have been sitting here yapping for 4 hours.
I blame the sticks.
Yeah, it's definitely the sticks. I completely agree with you. This is 100% the sticks' fault. I agree.
That's why I'm hungry.
Yes, did you order your food yet?
Yeah, but I forgot what I ordered. It's probably outside somewhere then.
Oh, go look and see.
Wait, I need to feed Mew then.
Okay, well, it sounds like you need to feed Mew and yourself. So why don't you try telling chat goodbye and going to go and feed Mew and yourself? Like I said, 4 hours is pretty fucking good.
And I need to go feed Mew though. She's been so good. Probably.
Probably. See, look, chat's already waving. I love that. I say, hey.
I'm being evicted from my own stream.
I love the way this dynamic works here. I say, hey, Kanna, why don't you in stream and go feed yourself? Chat's like, okay, goodbye, Kanna. Have a good time. Enjoy your food.
You
just stream more. Just stream more.
You're right.
Just stream more.
Pal World. Not 16 hours though. That sounds like a danger to my throat. Not gonna lie.
No, do not the.
It looks like a game I can play for very extended hours. Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, guaranteed.
I see a babe. I haven't heard that in so long. Thank you for the cheers. Don't pull a Michi stream. Not just anyone can pull a Michi stream, chat. She's a miracle.
Kanna has more sense than to try to do that to herself.
Right? Did you hear that? I have senses, sensibilities, common sense. I have common sense, chat.
You have more sense, I think, than to do that to yourself.
Another.
Oh, I got on Michi's case so bad yesterday. After two back to back 16-hour streams, I was like, "Girl, please, your voice, your throat, stop it, stop
I know.
it."
To be fair, we tried asking her out.
Yeah. I have my methods that are usually fairly effective when I have to. I deployed them yesterday, and she was like, "Oh, okay." And notice she has not gone live yet today. She's probably waiting until I go to sleep. She sees my dot, and she's like, "Okay, if I go live while Pharaoh is awake, he is going to actually get like fucking super cranky with me." So she's probably waiting. Just gonna leave my computer on and go to bed. Just gonna leave my computer on.
Wait, is she supposed to gym or something?
Yeah, she's supposed to gym today and like other things, I think.
Okay. Our pal world.
Like, I would imagine she'll probably end up streaming for a little while, like tonight or whatever, but yeah, she said she was going to start going to gym in the morning, so I think she went to gym today.
In the morning?
Probably, yeah.
Is she awake in the morning?
I don't know. No, God only knows. Morning could mean a lot of things for Michi.
No, that's true. Remember, chat, we all went out for lunch, and Michi said she'll come. It was 5 p.m. when she said, "Aren't we having lunch?"
So do you want to raid somebody?
I don't know who's online. I only see Giri. There we go.
Here, I know somebody you can raid.
You do? You know people? Gosh. Social skills. Social skills. Chat.
That's all I do is I know people here. We could raid.
No people.
And this most of everybody here already knows Xiao, so that'll probably be a safe bet. What is Xiao doing right now?
Another person who played Road to Empress.
Yeah, he's Xiao and VTuber. He's doing Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, let's go raid Grandpa Lamau.
Grandpa.
Xiao and VTuber. Yeah.
Oh.
He's a good dude. Yeah, Sean. Like I said, pretty much everybody in your chat already knows who we're going to go raid. Yeah.
It's not a mystery anymore, chat. Or we can pretend.
You should become familiar with Grandpa. Grandpa's good people.
I can call him Grandpa.
Everybody calls him Grandpa.
Grandpa. Okay.
It's funny, there was an UNC test and something else, and in both of those tests I scored younger than him. Even though he is definitively younger than I am, I still scored younger than him. It was so funny. He was like, "Oh my God, Pharaoh, you can't do this to me." I'm like, "Yes, I can." Ha ha ha. Yes, he's a big old remember chat, the wandering pervert Xiao and VTuber.
The bad wolf. Oh.
The bad wolf. Yes, the bad wolf.
There we go. I think I pressed the button correctly. Yes, no?
Yes, looks like it's working correctly, yes.
Okie dokie. Thank you so much, chat and Pharaoh, for accompanying me. I always miss you.
Well, be around more.
Yeah.
Lamau.
Probably the schedule's gonna appear and Pal World will be one of them, probably. As long as I can get it working.
Yeah. Like I say, probably Pal World streams you're gonna wanna
I knew.
what you call it? You're gonna wanna PFP Kanna, not model Kanna.
Exactly. Do not forget to end stream. I swear to you, my DM with NFS is just NFS going P end stream.
That sounds about right. That sounds about right.
Oh, we gotta go.
Amazing.
7 seconds. Okay. Thank you, Chen. Thank you, Mary. I'll see you next time. Thank you for joining. Bye-bye. It's gone, isn't it? Wait, I'll transition. Don't worry about it.
You did it. It's fine.
You're so nice. Behave and say hello. Okay. Hello, Grandpa. The sane one. Wee! I got it. I got a sub. Kiwi. Kanna's basically Michi. I don't concur with that. I don't concur. Whoa. Ah! Oh. Oh. She also forgets to end stream a lot. Oh, that's me. I should end the stream. Wait. I'm so smart. No, I did not. Apparently, I did not. Did you know?